और इसके लिए जिम्मेदार कौन?
इसके जिम्मेदार नगर निगम वाले होंगे।
ये इलाका कितनी दूर पर है जहां पर ये घटना हुई है?
ये तो मेरे को भी मालूम।
ये घटना जहां पर हुई है कितनी दूर है यहाँ से?
पास में ही है।
पास में है, ढलान पे ही।
हाँ, ढलान पे थोड़ी सी आगे।
थोड़े से आगे हम उस तरफ आपको लिए चलते हैं। आप देखिए कि जहां पर यह घटना घटी है, और देखिए जैसा कि हमने कहा कि अब पॉलिटिकल ड्रामा, पॉलिटिकल माइलेज लेने की बात होगी, तो ये जो इलाका है आप देखें कि दोनों साइड सड़क को अगर आप देखें, यहाँ पर पाइपलाइन का जो काम है, लोग यही चाहते थे कि जो ड्रेनेज सिस्टम है वो पीछे से हो, यानी कि मकान के पीछे से हो, और नर्मदा के जो पाइपलाइन है उसमें किसी तरह की मिक्सिंग ना हो, मिलावट ना हो। ऐसे में जो गृहिणियां हैं यहाँ पर, जो रोजमर्रा की जो जिंदगी जी रहे हैं, उनके लिए परेशानी का सबब इस बात को लेकर है कि आखिर उनका आगे क्या होगा, उनका भविष्य क्या होगा। जब उनके नौनिहाल नहीं बचेंगे, जब उनके नौनिहालों की मौत होगी उनके सामने, तो ऐसी सरकार का क्या, लोग ही सवाल कर रहे हैं। उन परिवारों तक हम ले जाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, और इस जैसा कि हमने बताया कि ये पूरा इलाका ही जो सन्नाटा है, सदमे में है, और खासकर सदमा इतना बड़ा है कि उसे पार पाना इतना आसान नहीं होगा। सरकार पर कई गंभीर सवाल हैं, और आप देख पा रहे हैं, ये देखिए सिस्टम, आप देखिए यहाँ पर जो चीज़ें हैं, खुदाई अभी चल रही है, और जो पाइपलाइन है उसकी, वो पाइपलाइन कहाँ है, हालांकि कुछ यहाँ पर जो नेटवर्क जो होते हैं उसके तार जरूर नजर आते हैं, लेकिन इसके नीचे पाइपलाइन है, कहाँ है, ये सारी चीज़ें हम आपको दिखाने की कोशिश करते हैं। तो फिलहाल ये जो कोशिशें हैं, हम उन इलाके की तरफ आपको लेकर चलते हैं, और देखिए कि ये इलाका जो है ये कंक्रीट की सड़क है। आप दीजिए ज़रा पीछे से जाने दीजिए, ये कंक्रीट की सड़क है, लेकिन उस इलाके की तरफ आप देखेंगे कि कुछ झंडे लेकर पॉलिटिकल पार्टी के जो लोग हैं वो सियासत वाली रोटियां जो है वो सेकने के लिए जा रहे हैं, जिनके घरों में चूल्हा नहीं जलेगा क्योंकि उनके यहाँ मौतें हुई हैं। अब सवाल ये है कि जिनके यहाँ मौतें हुई, उनके यहाँ सियासत करने से अब तो बाज आ जाइए। सरकार से ये सवाल पूछ रहे हैं, और सरकार से सवाल सीधा है कि जो आपने वादा किया था, जो आपने आश्वासन दिया था, उसे आप पूरा कीजिए। अब मोहन यादव की जो सरकार है उस पर कई गंभीर सवाल हैं। मामला कोर्ट तक पहुँच गया है, लोग ICU में हैं, और ऐसे में अब एक कह सकते हैं कि एक रोस्टर बन चुका है। रोस्टर इस बात को लेकर के कि आज कौन जाएगा, आज कौन सी पार्टी जाएगी, आज कौन से नेता जाएंगे, उनका कितना बड़ा लाव लश्कर होगा, वो जाएंगे और जो शोक संतप्त परिवार है उनके आंसू पोंछेंगे। तो बहुत गंभीर सवाल है, और इन सवालों से सरकार को दो चार होना पड़ रहा है। वो इसलिए कि सरकार ने इस पर ध्यान नहीं दिया। फिर जी,
बड़ी बड़ी गलियों में घूम रहे हो, थोड़ा अंदर भी जाके देखो ना।
अंदर भी स्थिति खराब।
हाँ, वही तो, थोड़ा अंदर भी जाओ।
क्या स्थिति है?
कल हम कैलाश विजयवर्गीय को भी बोलने वाले थे कि थोड़ा अंदर का भी देख लो भैया।
क्या कैलाश विजयवर्गीय नहीं देखते?
कहाँ गए? अंदर तो गए ही नहीं। अंदर
तो मोहन यादव तो कह रहे हैं कि सब कुछ सही चल रहा है।
देखो उल्टी दस्त लगे, वो गिर गई मोरी में, और देखो हाथ टूट गया मेरा। अब मेरे को, हाँ, हाथ टूट गया। अब मेरे को कोई अच्छा इलाज होएगा कि नहीं?
अच्छा ठीक है, तो हम आगे अभी जाते हैं, उस इलाके की तरफ बढ़ते हैं जहां पर ये सारी चीज़ें चल रही हैं। महिलाओं ने अपनी बात कही है कि यहाँ जो बदइंतज़ामी है वो उसका आलम अलग है, लेकिन फ़िलहाल उन बस्तियों की तरफ हम ज़रा ढलान की तरफ चलते हैं और कोशिश करते हैं कि हमारी जो ये मुहिम है, ख़ासकर कि लोगों के साथ न्याय हो, ये पूरी हो पाए। तो ये तस्वीरें आपको दिखा रहे हैं, और फिलहाल ये अलग अलग जगहों पर जो गड्ढे किए गए हैं उनकी तस्वीरें देख रहे हैं। ये पाइपलाइन है क्या? ये पाइप पीने का पानी आता है? ये पीने का पाइपलाइन है? यही लीकेज है? अच्छा, ये लीकेज है, और लीकेज 6 लीकेज और है। कहाँ पर है वो लीकेज? ये कितने दिन से ये सब चल रहा है?
मैं तो खुद रिपोर्टर हूँ।
अच्छा ठीक, ये लोग हैं। भैया एक मिनट सुनना। हाँ, ये कितने दिन से प्रॉब्लम है यहाँ पे?
सर मुझे तो जानकारी नहीं इस बारे में, मैं तो अभी आया हूँ।
अच्छा, आएंगे आप लोग? हम कुछ लोगों से ज़रा बात करते हैं। कितने दिन से ये?
सर हम तो आज ही आए हैं यहाँ पर।
आज आए हैं? तो ये इलाके का जो नाम है भागीरथपुरा, तो वो तो नाम बिल्कुल अलग है, उसकी पहचान अलग होती है।
जी सर, हम तो आज ही लेबर हैं सर, हम काम करने आज ही लगाया।
क्या बताया गया, क्या बताया
लीकेज है सर, यहाँ पर लीकेज बना रहा है।
कितने फीट पे लीकेज है, क्या है, ज़रा बताएंगे? ये पाइप कैसे क्रैक कर गया?
ये कहाँ भैया एक बार थे ना अपने,
तो लीकेज कैसे बनाएंगे इसको?
ये सर पाइप बदल रहा है, इसका रिंग टूट गई थी, रिंग बदल के इसको लीकेज बना दिया।
कितने दिन से टूटा हुआ है?
सर आज ही आए, हमको पता नहीं है, आज ही आए।
ये खुदाई कब से हो रही है?
आज सुबह से सर।
आज सुबह से खुदाई हुई है। ऐसे कितने लीकेज है
सर? पता नहीं, हमको तो एक ही पे लगाया सर।
अभी एक पे लगाया है, आगे बस्ती है जहाँ पर
जी
घटना
सर,
हुई है?
जी।
ठीक है, उस तरफ हम ले चलते हैं। तो ये लीकेज है, आप देख पा रहे हैं कि साफ तौर पर नजर आता है कि ये पाइप कितनी पुरानी है। मेंटेनेंस एक बहुत बड़ी चीज़ होती है कि मॉनिटरिंग और मेंटेनेंस, तो यहाँ पर वो नहीं दिखता है। फिलहाल आगे हम उस इलाके की तरफ बढ़ते हैं जहाँ पर बस्तियाँ, छोटी बस्तियाँ हैं, जहाँ पर वैसे लोग रहते हैं जो सरकार के आसरे रहते हैं, सरकार पर भरोसा करते हैं। और उन्हें ऐसा लगता है कि सरकार उनके लिए काम कर लेगी, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ भी यहाँ नहीं दिखता।
All right, viewers. So, Republic TV is the only one who's reporting extensively, getting you that exclusive video exposing the system, the rot in the system, what's happening in Indore. We will continue to get you more details from Ground Zero, but first we get you this update from Uttar Pradesh, where tensions gripped Kushinagar district of the state following the murder of a 24-year-old youth, triggering communal unease in the area. The incident occurred during a clash. It happened on the 31st of December under the Kasep police station limits. The police say that the situation is now under control, but additional forces have been deployed as a precaution. My correspondent has this report.
Yet another incident of communal tension has surfaced in Uttar Pradesh. This time the tension erupted in Kushinagar district following the killing of a 24-year-old Hindu youth. The incident took place in a Judwania village where the youth was allegedly stabbed to death. Family members and villagers have accused Nushad, a youth from the same village, along with his associates, of carrying out this brutal attack using a sharp weapon. Following
जो मोटरसाइकिल लेके वो लोग जा रहे थे, जो लड़के थे, वो मोटरसाइकिल रास्ते में खराब हो गई थी, तो वो दुकान पे छोड़ करके भागे हैं और प्रशासन द्वारा 4 लोगों की गिरफ्तारी हुई है, जैसा कि यहाँ के एसओ साहब बता।
Considering the sensitivity of the matter involving two communities, the administration immediately deployed additional police forces to prevent any sort of anger and mismanagement.
आज जनपद कुशीनगर के थाना कसिया क्षेत्र में ग्राम जड़ बनिया में एक सूचना प्राप्त होती है 112 नंबर पर, जिस सूचना के आधार पर यह बताया गया कि 2 पक्षों में किसी रंजिश को लेकर के आपस में झगड़ा हुआ, जिसमें एक पक्ष के एक व्यक्ति द्वारा दूसरे व्यक्ति को चाकू मार दिया गया। तत्काल मौके पर पीआरवी व एसओ कसिया पहुंचे। पुलिस द्वारा इसमें मुख्य आरोपी को गिरफ्तार कर लिया गया है और परिजनों के द्वारा दी गई तहरीर के आधार पर सुसंगत धाराओं में अभियोग पंजीकृत कर लिया गया है और इसमें अग्रिम विधिक कार्रवाई की जा रही है।
The body has been sent for post-mortem and police say several suspects have been detained for questioning. Senior police officials are camping in the village, closely monitoring the situation and appealing to residents to maintain peace. Authorities have assured that a fair and impartial investigation is underway and that strict action will be taken against those found guilty.
And with that, wrap on this edition, viewers. Time for a very, very short break. But don't forget to tune in to Republic World on YouTube. We're streaming live the Pope's message on New Year's from the Vatican. And also on the other side, we get you the contaminated water, how it has turned into a tragedy and the cover-up that is being now exposed.
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का। MDH की देगी मिर्च। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh?
Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6, we get you the latest coming in the Indore killer water case where the investigation continues. Republic keeps getting you the ground report. Plus, the big international story, the escalation between Russia and Ukraine gets more tense. Russia claims Ukrainian drones attacked Putin's residence. All this and much more coming up at 6 stories at 6.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
5, 4, 3
S200 motors.
plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off.
ये बात सही है कि नीचे के सीवर की लीकेजेस और पुरानी लाइनों के डलने के कारण से ऐसी घटनाओं से सबक लेते हुए दोबारा ऐसी घटना और का नहीं हो, इसका हम प्रयास करें।
Massive uproar over Indore water poisoning deaths as state government admits negligence, fails to disclose the real death toll. 13 dead, over 1,000 fall ill after drinking contaminated water in the cleanest city Indore. Documents show how residents warned the officials of sewage 8 days ago. Over 100 critical due to contaminated water, but politicians seen dining at events during time of crisis. NIA team reaches Tonk after officials recover 150 kilograms of ammonium nitrate in operation on Wednesday. Explosion reported in Himachal Pradesh's Solan, cause yet to be ascertained by the officials. Iran protests escalate as economic crisis fuels calls for regime change. Widespread shutdown reported. Viewers, India's cleanest city, Indore, is facing a severe civic crisis after contaminated water, drinking water triggered a diarrhea and vomiting outbreak in the Bhagirathpur area, claiming at least 13 lives and leaving more than 1,100 people ill. So we're getting these updates coming in, viewers of Republic TV. More lapses have been exposed. Republic TV is exposing all the lapses. We have our reporters on the ground, and tender issued 6 months prior was not followed through. So we are getting these updates coming in as Republic TV tracks all the updates. Let's tell you that 13 innocent lives have already been lost After drinking Indore's contaminated water, 1,500 people are currently hospitalized. And many of them are in the ICU. Why? Because they drank this water, which is absolutely contaminated and it is unsafe for human consumption. We on Republic TV are getting you all these details, getting you all the lapses which have been exposed, which are coming out in the open. And this is coming in as we also see a 3-member committee has been constituted to investigate the entire matter. The matter will be investigated. So the investigation will be continuing in this case, viewers. However, Republic is highlighting all the lapses and all the big questions that we are raising, that how does India's cleanest city, Indore, go through this kind of civic crisis that we are seeing unfolding. A family has lost its 6-month-old who was born after 10 years after falling sick due to the alleged consumption of the contaminated water in Indore. And many family members are grieving the loss of their loved ones because of this contaminated water.
बोरिंग लगवा देंगे आज सुबह आए, वो इतना हंगामा होने के बावजूद आज आए तो बोले बोरिंग लगवा देंगे। इसके पहले कोई बोरिंग और कुछ भी नहीं, कुछ पानी।
मौत के बाद ये लोग जागे
बहुत, अब वो भी इतना हंगामा, प्रेस वगैरह आई है 2-3 बार, उसके बाद हुआ है ये। नहीं तो कोई रेख देख कोई मतलब पार्षद भी नहीं आता इस गली में, कॉर्नल से पलट जाते, वो भी यहाँ आते ही नहीं है ना, कोई भी नहीं आता है। अब जो पीना है, पानी आ रहा है वही पीना है फिर हमको। तो बोरिंग
का पानी कहाँ से ला रही हैं आप?
अब ये आगे इनने बोरिंग करवाई है, जिनसे मकान बन रहा है, अभी अब वहाँ से भर रहे हैं हम लोग पानी। रिश्तेदार भी नहीं पी रहे हैं ना पानी, सबको अपने अपने जान प्यारी, सब डर रहे हैं पानी पीने में।
इस गली में जहाँ आपका घर है, इस गली में कितनी ऐसी परिवार हैं जिनके साथ ऐसा हादसा?
बहुत 4-5 जने यहाँ पर, मतलब आगे जो हमारे मामा जी रहते हैं वो एक क्लॉथ मार्केट में एडमिट है, एक की दवाई इलाज चल रहा था, बाटल वाटल चढ़वाई, जो अभी थोड़े ठीक है। पास में मामा जी रहते हैं, उनकी गुड़िया को बाटल चढ़वाई है, उनको भी उल्टी दस्त हो रहा था। पास में मेरी मम्मी रहते हैं, उनको पेट दर्द हो रहा है, दस्ते लग रहे हैं, उनके पोते को दस्ते लग रहे हैं, 2-3 साल का बच्चा है उनका। बहुत सारे ऐसे लोग हैं बहुत।
तो फिर उपाय क्या है?
और पास में वो निखिल, हम
लोग तो विकल्प बता रहे होंगे ना, जो कैलाश विजयवर्गीय फिर अन्य पार्टियां आ रही होंगी, बता तो रहे होंगे आप सरकार को कि क्या करना चाहिए।
हाँ, तो मतलब इधर बोरिंग होना चाहिए एक तो हमारी गली में, पानी की व्यवस्था, और जो लीकेज हो रहा है वो उसको खत्म होना चाहिए यहाँ पर। और जो भी सुविधा मिल रही तो मिलना चाहिए हमको भी। इस गली में कोई सुविधा नहीं, टैंकर आता है तो आगे छोटी मोटी गाड़ी।
जो इलाज कराने के लिए ले गए या फिर जो लोग इस मोहल्ले में भर्ती हैं, क्या उनका पैसा सरकार दे रही है, आप लोग अपनी जेब से दे रहे हैं?
अभी तक तो मतलब है ना, यहाँ सरकारी अस्पताल में भी लिया था तो सबसे मतलब 1-2 से तो पैसे लिए थे, बॉटल चढ़वाई थी तो। और बाकी तो अब ऐसा हादसा हो गया तो अभी जा ही नहीं पाए अभी हम लोग।
हॉस्पिटल नहीं
पाए, पहुंच ही नहीं पाए ना, रास्ते में एक्सपायर हो गए वो।
तो ये कहानी है, और ये कहानी छोटी मोटी कहानी नहीं है, ये सरकार की विफलता की कहानी है। ये सरकार जो मोहन सरकार है, लेकिन मोहन सरकार, यहाँ लोग मर रहे थे और मोहन सरकार की बंसी सुनाई दे रही थी। लेकिन सवाल इस बात को लेकर है कि जो लोग हैं अभी भी परेशान हैं। ऐसा नहीं है कि एक मौत हो गई, एक व्यक्ति इस घर से चला गया जो कभी यहाँ घर के बाहर घर का जो मेंबर था, खास मेंबर था, वो इस दुनिया में नहीं है। सवाल इस बात को लेकर है कि ये बड़ी बीमारी आखिर दी किसने? क्या इस सरकार ने दी, सिस्टम ने दी? लोग कहते हैं कि हाँ, सिस्टम ने दी। नर्मदा मारती नहीं है, नर्मदा जीने के लिए पानी देती है, लेकिन नर्मदा के पानी में जो मिलावटखोर हैं, जो मिलावटी लोग हैं, वो सरकार में बैठे हैं, जो सिस्टम में बैठे हैं, यहाँ के पार्षद हैं। ये इल्ज़ाम यहाँ के लोगों का है। तो आगे भी कई गलियों में हम चलेंगे और लोगों से बात करेंगे और जानने की कोशिश करेंगे कि आखिर क्या हुआ, उनके साथ क्या हुआ, और बगल के ही घर में हम जाकर के देखने की कोशिश करते हैं। और ज़रा देखिए, पानी हमने मंगवाया है, ये आज का पानी है, लेकिन वो बोरिंग का पानी है और नर्मदा का पानी है। और यहाँ पर आप देखेंगे ये नर्मदा का पानी है, इसको पी सकते हैं। हाँ, ये बिल्कुल बिल्कुल। एकदम नाले की बदबू आ रही है। ये पानी आप देखिए, ये मैं कैमरे पर रख रहा हूँ और ये सरकार के लिए रख रहा हूँ, मोहन सरकार के लिए, उनके सिस्टम के लिए, और इसलिए जो कि बयान सिर्फ देते हैं, जो पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, और इस पानी को ऑन स्क्रीन पर, और अगर कोई मंत्री कैलाश विजयवर्गीय बड़े नेता अगर मिल जाएंगे तो उनसे मैं कहूँगा कि एक घूंट पानी पीकर आप देखें और समझिए कि इस घूंट को अगर इतनी दूर से, मैं इतनी दूर से कह रहा हूँ, स्मेल बहुत गंदी स्मेल है, बहुत बदबू है, और ऐसी स्थिति में ये लोग पानी पी रहे थे। आप ये देखिए, सफाई होने के बाद कह रहे हैं, क्या बता रहे हैं आप?
ये टंकी सफाई होने के बाद आज जो पानी आया उसमें स्मेल आ रही है सर।
हाँ, वो मैंने भी अभी
हाँ,
कि स्मेल आ रही है।
आज सुबह का पानी है ये।
तो देखिए, टंकी सफाई होने के बाद में स्मेल आ रही है और कब तक आएगी कहा नहीं जा सकता, लेकिन जो प्रयास हैं वो नाकाफी हैं। सिस्टम जो है वो पूरी तरीके से बैठ चुका है। वादे हैं, आश्वासन है, खोखले चीजें चल रही हैं और इसी में जिंदगी को गुजारना है। कुछ और लोगों के घर हम चलेंगे और बात करने की कोशिश करेंगे।
Yes, so we're getting these live reports coming in. You can see that our reporters are on the ground getting you exclusive details. New revelations have emerged regarding the deaths of some people, including a 6-month-old child in Indore due to the alleged consumption of contaminated water. Let's go straight to what's happening. All right, so we will go across to all our reporters. You can see that the innocent deceased are being grieved by their families. These are just innocent people and who have lost a life because of a cover-up, because of systemic corruption, because of lapses. And Republic TV is getting you the latest about. In fact, we see that many citizens have been directly asking questions to the Minister Kailash Vijayvargiya. And I really want to play that out as he faces the wrath of the people.
वही मैं अभी कंफ्यूजन में हूँ क्योंकि सरकारी आंकड़ा अभी भी 4 है। क्योंकि मैं उधर भागीरथपुरम में जब घूम के आया तो वहाँ पर 8 हो गया। इसलिए हम देखेंगे कि जो 4 सरकार ने कैसे जोड़े और 4 जो वहाँ के लोग बता रहे हैं कैसे हैं। वहाँ के डॉक्टर्स का कहना था कि कुछ नेचुरल डेथ है। हम देख लेंगे, यदि डायरिया से हुई होगी तो उनको भी जो माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी घोषणा के अनुसार राशि दी जाएगी।
All right, so the minister is calling it a natural death. Well, that's what the ministers are saying, and they're not even going ahead and telling us the official death toll. Indore citizens have confronted Minister Kailash Vijayvargiya. I was talking about this. Let's play out that segment for you because we see that he's being asked very tough questions from those who lost their loved ones. To my colleague Vivek is joining us live. Vivek is live from Indore and Vivek is getting us the ground reality. Vivek, a lot has come out in the open. There are lapses, बहुत खामियां हैं जो निकली हैं as Republic investigates. Help our viewers understand what those lapses are और जो लोग हैं who have lost their family members. जिसने अपने
पानी इन्होंने पिया था। सवाल इस बात को लेकर है कि नर्मदा में मिलावट किसने की? क्या सरकार के सिस्टम ने कर दी? ये उनके परिजन हैं, उनकी बहू है। जरा उनसे हम बात करने की कोशिश करते हैं। यहीं पर कुछ देर पहले हमने बात की थी, लेकिन एक बार फिर हम बात करते हैं। एक बड़ी घटना हो गई और इस घटना के लिए जिम्मेदार कौन है ये आपसे बेहतर कोई नहीं बता सकता।
इस घटना के लिए तो पार्षद मतलब जो है यहाँ के विधायक है वही जिम्मेदार है। पानी बहुत गंदा आ रहा है, बहुत पानी के कारण ही उनके साथ ऐसा हुआ है। मतलब पानी की वजह से उनकी जान गई, नहीं तो अच्छे पर कोई जाने जैसे नहीं थे। रात भर के अच्छे थे, कोई बीमार कोई कुछ भी नहीं थे वो। और ना हमको अस्पताल जाने का मौका भी नहीं मिला, बीच में ही एक्सपायर हो गए, अस्पताल भी नहीं जा पाए वो।
तो यहाँ पर तो नेता मंत्री सभी लोग आ रहे हैं, कुछ बता रहे हैं, वो कुछ कह रहे हैं आपसे?
कोई नहीं, बस आज सुबह ही आए हैं, बाकी कोई नहीं आया था यहाँ पर। आज सुबह ही आए हैं, कैलाश जी आए थे, पार्षद जी आए थे, बाकी इसके पहले कोई भी नहीं आया, कोई दवाई भी नहीं आई यहाँ पर, ना कोई पानी आया। दूसरा कि आरओ का वहाँ आगे तक आया होगा, हमारे गली में कुछ भी नहीं हुआ यहाँ।
जब बदबूदार पानी आने लगा तो आप लोगों ने क्या मजबूरी थी ये कि इसके अलावा कोई विकल्प नहीं है?
हाँ, तो हमारे मतलब कोई विकल्प ही नहीं है ना, बोरिंग है ही नहीं, तो कहाँ से पानी पियेंगे? जो आ रहा है वही पीना पड़ेगा ना हमको, तो बोरिंग है ही नहीं, बोरिंग नहीं है तो हम तो पानी गर्म करके वही पी रहे पानी।
तो गर्म पानी करके उसे छान करके ऐसे पानी का इस्तेमाल कर रहे हैं?
बस अब यही कर रहे हैं ना हम लोग।
और ये करने के बावजूद भी मौत हो गई?
यही हो रहा ना अब, ये बहुत उसके कारण भी दस्त और ये लगी रहे ना, बच्चों को उल्टी हो रही है, सबकी हो रहे हैं।
तो आज इस गली में कितने ऐसे लोग हैं, कितने ऐसे परिवार हैं जिनके यहाँ से ऐसी सूचना है?
इस गली में 5-6 जने, मतलब 5-6 परिवार है ऐसे। अभी एक लड़का 21 साल का एडमिट है अभी अस्पताल में, हमारे घर के पास के ही, और बहुत सारे जने आसपास में। अब इसकी वजह से हम बाहर जा नहीं पा रहे, अभी हमारे घर में ऐसा हो गया है। तो बहुत सारे आसपास है, आगे हैं, बहुत सारे लोग बीमार हैं।
आज कैसे काम चला?
अभी मतलब बोरिंग का पानी इस्तेमाल करा हमने, आगे बोरिंग करवाई है मामा जी के उधर, वहाँ से पानी लेकर आए।
कितनी दूर है यहाँ से?
ये सामने ही मकान बन रहा है,
तो वहाँ से सभी लोग लेकर पानी आ रहे हैं?
वहीं से।
आज सप्लाई वाटर का किसी ने इस्तेमाल नहीं किया?
करा ना, नहीं करा, आज नहीं करा है। परिवार वाले मतलब जो आए रिलेशन वाले वो भी पानी नहीं पी रहे ना यहाँ पर, रिश्तेदार पी नहीं रहे पानी, कोई रुका ही नहीं हमारे वहाँ, 2 जन के अलावा कोई भी नहीं है। बोले वहाँ भागीरथपुर में हाल ही खराब है ना, कोई रुकने ही नहीं दे रहा है। और जो आ रहा है अपने घर से बॉटल भर के रहा है, पानी पी नहीं रहा है यहाँ पर।
बिल्कुल। और भी कुछ लोग हैं, हम जरा बात करते हैं उनसे। नहाने के लिए इस्तेमाल, आपने कहा कि नहाने के लिए इस्तेमाल किया, तो क्या नहाने के इस्तेमाल लायक भी वो पानी है?
पानी है नहीं इस्तेमाल करने लायक, लेकिन अभी फिर नहाने के लिए भी कहाँ से लाएंगे पानी, इसलिए हम नहाने के लिए और बाथरूम वगैरह जाने के लिए उस पानी का यूज कर रहे हैं।
शिकायत की इससे पहले?
इससे पहले हमारे घर से तो नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन हाँ गली में से ऑनलाइन शिकायतें हुई थी।
तो क्या जवाब आया?
पार्षद जी को भी बोला गया था, कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया उसमें।
कोई एक्शन नहीं। अब क्या बोल रहे हैं पार्षद?
अब पार्षद जी अब क्या बोल रहे हैं, वो कुछ बोल ही नहीं रहे हैं।
कुछ भी नहीं बोल रहे हैं?
बोले करवा रहे हैं, हो रहा है सब।
कई जगह लीकेज हमने देखा है रास्ते में, उन लीकेज को आज से शुरू किया गया बनाना?
अभी ये जो एक्शन हुआ है ना, ये अभी ये सब ये मोटे होने के कारण ही ये एक्शन शुरू हुआ है।
मुझे पानी दिखाएंगे वो अभी जो इस घटना के बाद पानी आया है?
ये आज जो पानी आया था ये एक बॉटल।
देखिए, हम आपको एक और सच्चाई दिखाने जा रहे हैं, ये देखना बहुत ज़रूरी है और ये एक्सक्लूसिव रिपोर्ट हो सकती है, क्योंकि ये वो पानी है। अब देखिए ये बोतल है, ये अभी इस घटना का आया है, ये आज सुबह का पानी।
जी सर, इसमें भी स्मेल आ रही है आपको।
अब जैसे इसमें बहुत गंदी स्मेल आ रही है, मैं आपको बताऊं, बहुत गंदी स्मेल आ रही है। और ये
टंकी साफ जो आज कल साफ की गई है, उसके बाद आज ये पानी वितरण किया गया, वो पानी है ये।
कोई सैंपल लेने आए थे आप?
कोई सैंपल लेने नहीं आया।
कोई नहीं आया।
उस गली में आए थे अधिकारी, उस पीछे वाली गली में अधिकारी आए थे, उस वक्त वो देख के गए ये पानी आता।
अभी बीमार लग रहे हैं?
हाँ बीमार था ना, तो मैं भी गया था ना हॉस्पिटल। अच्छा। तो उल्टी दस्त हुए थे, ये हमारी बहन के 1 रोज पहले मुझे उल्टी दस्त खूब हुए थे। तो मैं हॉस्पिटल गया था, वर्मा के यहाँ गए तो उनने भर्ती नहीं करा था, बोले जगह ही नहीं है हमारे यहाँ।
अच्छा। तो डॉक्टर ये भी कह रहे हैं कि हमारे यहाँ जगह नहीं है?
जगह नहीं थी उनके, बोले फुल बेड है, बोले
प्राइवेट हॉस्पिटल है सर वो। मतलब मेरी सिस्टर की डेथ होने के 1 दिन पहले रात में इनकी तबीयत खराब हुई थी, तो इनको लेके गए थे, तो उन्होंने मना कर दिया, बोले कि जगह नहीं है, लेके जाओ इनको। और दूसरे दिन ये हादसा हो गया हमारे यहाँ।
तो ये हालात हैं फिलहाल इस घर के। उनको मौका नहीं मिला, आप समझिए कि
ले जाने का मौका नहीं मिला, घर से बाहर लेके गए, रोड तक लेके गए और उनकी डेथ हो गई।
मतलब पानी ने इतना मौका नहीं दिया कि वो जान बचाई जा सके। लेकिन हम बराबर कह रहे हैं कि पानी में दोष नहीं है, दोष है सिस्टम में, क्योंकि ये सिस्टम ऐसा है जिसने मॉनिटरिंग नहीं की, ये सिस्टम ऐसा है जिसने मेंटेनेंस का काम नहीं किया। पानी पाइपलाइन में पूरी लीकेज है, वो तस्वीरें भी हम कुछ देर में अपने दर्शकों को दिखा भी देंगे, जहां पर लीकेज बनाने वाले जो ठेकेदार हैं वो कह रहे हैं कि उन्हें कुछ भी नहीं बताया गया और कहा गया कि यहां पर कुल ऐसे 26 स्पॉट हैं जहां पर पाइप को जोड़ा जा रहा है। सही मायने में इन पानी को जब हमने सूंघने की कोशिश की तो बहुत बदबू इसमें ऐसे आई, इसे पीना किसी भी तरह से मुनासिब नहीं है। लेकिन लोग करें तो क्या करें, एक के घर में बोरिंग हुई है, लेकिन फिलहाल ये स्थिति है। हर घर की स्थिति आपको मैं दिखा रहा हूं, इसी तरीके से है, मातम का माहौल है। कुछ महिलाएं बैठी हैं, अपने परिजनों के खोने का जो एक दर्द है वो अभी फिलहाल इनके चेहरों पर नजर आता है। लेकिन कुछ सवाल भी है, सवाल इस बात को लेकर कि आखिर सीमा जी की गलती क्या थी। सीमा जी की उम्र नहीं थी इस दुनिया को अलविदा कहने की, लेकिन सिस्टम का जो पानी है उनकी जान उसने ले ली। सवाल इसी बात को लेकर है जी।
Yes, Vivek, I really want you to hold on for a second. We're getting many reactions coming in. Let's go to what the AIMM chief Asudin Owaisi has to say. So let's go ahead and tell you what's happening. It's targeting the MP government over the water poisoning, and Owaisi says, will MP government take onus for the deaths? Will they take responsibility for the deaths? This is what Asudin Owaisi is saying. We'll play out that statement for you.
तो अब इन लोगों को खाली बुलडोज़र की फिक्र है, खाली बुलडोज़र से घर तोड़ना चाहते हैं। किसी मुसलमान पे इल्ज़ाम लगा तो उसको लाकर पीटते और घर तोड़ देते। तो ये इनकी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही है कि ये लोग बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ जो है, जिसको इंसान को ज़रूरत पड़ती है, एक साफ़ पीने का पानी मुहैया नहीं कर सकते ये लोग। तो ये तो मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की सरासर नाकामी है कि 2026 में आ गए और 2026 में हम विश्व गुरु के दावे करते हैं और गंदा पानी पीकर लोग मर जाते हैं। तो ये तो इनको चुल्लू भर पानी में डूब मरने की ज़रूरत है बीजेपी के इन तमाम लोगों को, जो हमेशा बुलडोज़र इस्तेमाल करते, कभी एनकाउंटर का नाम करते। तो अब ये इनको बताना पड़ेगा देश को।
So viewers, 13 dead, many of them has been hospitalized, 1,000 plus people hospitalized. We'll keep an eye on this story, the Indore killer water. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. We'll get to what's happening across the nation. Let's get started. Starting with the top story coming in, Lokpal has cancelled its controversial order to procure 7 BMWs whose total cost was 5 crores. Now, the move is considered significant as the opposition has slammed the Lokpal's decision to procure the vehicles. Authorities seized 150 kilograms of ammonium nitrate concealed in bags of urea fertilizer along with nearly 200 explosive cartridges and 6 safety fuse wires from a car travelling on Jaipur-Tonk highway. Investigation is underway to determine whether the consignment was meant for illegal activities including mining. Blast was reported in the Solan district of Himachal Pradesh around 9:40 a.m. on Thursday morning, triggering panic among residents. Some nearby buildings were said to have suffered minor damage and no casualties have been reported so far. And another news coming in, we see that Bunty Jaishankar, who was accused in the 2012 serial bombing case, was shot dead by unknown assailants in Pune, Maharashtra, the district of Maharashtra, and a probe has been launched and the police are investigating the case. Alright viewers, let's move ahead viewers. Tensions remain high in the Taiwan Strait even as Chinese naval assets begin to pull back after massive military drills around Taiwan. Meanwhile, Beijing's political messaging has sharpened with Chinese President Xi Jinping doubling down on his reunification pledge. That too in his New Year's address. That's exactly what he said. Let's have a look at this report as we track this big global development.
Taiwan on high military alert. Forces deployed. Airspace and waters being closely monitored. Emergency response systems still active. This despite China signaling the completion of its large-scale drills around the island. China's People's Liberation Army says its 2-day military exercises have concluded with several Chinese warships and aircraft beginning to pull back. The drills involved naval maneuvers, air patrols and simulated strike operations around Taiwan. As the drills wrapped up, Beijing's political message was equally unambiguous. In his New Year address, Chinese President Xi Jinping reiterated China's resolve to reunify Taiwan with the mainland, saying, "The reunification of our motherland, a trend of the times, is unstoppable." He added that the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait were bound by blood ties thicker than water. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te has responded firmly, saying Taiwan will defend its sovereignty and democratic system. Lai underlined the need for strong national defense and vigilance in the face of rising military pressure from China. The military exercises come amid renewed cross-strait tensions, following Taiwan's recent political and security moves that Beijing views as edging closer to the United States and its allies. China has repeatedly warned against what it calls external interference. Analysts say the exercises were among China's most expansive shows of force this year, designed to test combat readiness, rehearse blockades, and send a warning not just to Taipei but also to Washington and its allies. While Beijing insists reunification is inevitable, Taiwan maintains that its future must be decided only by its own people. For now, even as Chinese forces scale back their presence, Taiwan remains on edge. Military readiness high, and the Taiwan Strait once again at the center of global attention.
And viewers, that's all we have for now, but do not go anywhere. We'll continue to be live and breaking. Explosion reported in Himachal Pradesh's Solan. Officials investigate the cause. Stay tuned.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh?
Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6, we get you the latest coming in the Indore killer water case where the investigation continues. Republic keeps getting you the ground report. Plus, the big international story, the escalation between Russia and Ukraine gets more tense. Russia claims Ukrainian drones attacked Putin's residence. All this and much more coming up at 6 stories at 6.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
5 4 3
S200 motors.
plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. Republic TV continues to get you the reality on ground zero as the cover-up is being exposed in the contaminated water tragedy case from Bhagirathpura of Indore. A quick check of the headlines first. Thirteen people dead in Indore after drinking contaminated water. Minister says it was a natural death. Over 100 critical due to contaminated water, but politicians seen dining at events during time of crisis. Shah Rukh Khan branded a traitor by spiritual gurus for picking Bangladeshi cricketer in for his Kolkata franchise. "40 killed, 100 injured in explosion at Switzerland bar on New Year's Eve." All right, viewers, we are going straight across the breaking that we are getting right now. Air India pilot assigned to a commercial flight. Okay, so this is an explosive report from Canada that has been accessed about the Air India pilot who was assigned to commercial flight reportedly arrived drunk on duty. And now Air India pilot on the flight AI-186 underwent tests on the 23rd of December, and he was proven drunk. It prompted immediate intervention by the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Officers conducted a breathalyzer test which confirmed the presence of alcohol above the legal limit for aviation personnel, and as a result, the Air India pilot was promptly removed from duty and prevented from taking command of the aircraft. In fact, the incident, of course, raising now questions about Air India, the reliability of current alcohol detection protocols for autonomous flight systems, the adequacy of pre-flight behavioral monitoring, and the broader implications for safety when artificial intelligence is entrusted with the passenger carrying operations. Now, Air India pilot underwent tests and he was drunk on duty. That's what we are gathering. Canadian police says that the pilot was deboarded and he was proven to be drunk post 2 tests. Harsha joins us live on the broadcast for more. Harsha, tell us more details about what happened there. He was the pilot was reportedly drunk on duty, and there are revelations being made in the report compiled by Canadian authorities.
Yes, Rakshita, now the Canadian authorities have given the entire request, and the report was submitted by the Canadian authorities, the mounted police, to the Air India and to the regulatory body in India as well, where they stated that Saurabh Kumar, when he was going to go, he was a main pilot of that particular AI 186 Vancouver to Vienna. But the Canadian protocols are very stringent, and that was the time when the breath analyzer test was conducted of the pilot before boarding the aircraft, and it was found that he was in the inebriated state and he was highly intoxicated, and that was the reason why immediately they asked him to deboard from the aircraft, and he was not fit to fly to all the passengers from Vancouver to Vienna. And the entire report was sent not only by the Transport Aviation Authority of the Canada, but the police authorities of Canada as well to Air India, and they have requested Air India to submit an entire report by January 26, 2026 regarding this particular incident, because they have clearly stated that Air India's breath analyzer protocol and the detection of the alcohol protocols are not very stringent as it should be according to the CAR rule, which is the Civil Aviation Rules and Guidelines. And as per the guidelines, it is clearly stated that the pilots are not supposed to be in the inebriated state when they are flying the aircraft, and also 24 hours before boarding the aircraft, they should not consume any kind of drugs or the alcohol. But in the case of India, whenever the domestic flights are departed from any of the airport, such tests are never conducted of the pilots. But it was Vancouver, and in Vancouver, the rules and guidelines and the protocols regarding the CAR aviation rules are very stringent, and that was the reason why the breath analyzer test was conducted. And that time it was found that the pilot Saurabh Kumar was in inebriated state. Until now, Air India has not shared any statement regarding this particular incident. We have got to know this news from the regulatory body, because the regulatory body was informed by the Canadian authorities, and also the notice which the Canadian authorities have sent to Air India, Republic has got its hand on that particular notice, which clearly states that how it was not, the pilot was unfit to fly a aircraft which was carrying more than 300 passengers from Vancouver to Vienna, dated 23rd of December. And today this incident has come to light, and the regulatory body also have sought an entire report from Air India on this particular incident. Now it's in the fore, and now right now Air India is in the fore and in the middle of the controversy regarding this Captain Saurabh, who was in the influence of the alcohol, who was in the inebriated state, which clearly stated that he had consumed alcohol 24 hours before boarding the aircraft, and also when he was there at particular time at the airport when the breath analyzer test was being conducted, he was highly under the influence of alcohol, which is stated in the notice itself. So now the action will be initiated, and the Canadian authorities have also requested Air India to take a stringent measure and action against this particular pilot who was found under the influence of alcohol. Now we have to wait and watch exactly for the report which Air India will be submitting to the regulatory body and also to the Canadian authorities in this particular incident of the pilot under the influence of heavy alcohol. Back to you.
Absolutely. Stay on with this, Harsha. In fact, we will continue to get more reactions also in this on this story, viewers. This is Captain Saurabh Kumar, who was deboarded. Okay, we are getting in an expert. We have Captain Meenu Wadia joining us on the broadcast, sir. How do you react to this? It's a very, very, it's a really an alarming situation that a pilot reportedly, was drunk on duty, sir.
Yes, certainly. Something which is not permitted and which is not safe for the airline, in any case, cannot be accepted under any circumstances. So therefore, if a person has been found drunk before the flight, there is absolutely no excuse, and the strictest possible action should and must be taken. You cannot jeopardize the safety of the aircraft and all its passengers. Then no other procedure can be followed. The strictest action must and should be taken.
Right. Thanks, Captain Wadia, for joining us on Republic TV. So, viewers, this is a story that we're closely tracking, and there is exclusive details that we have gathered as far as the report by the Canadian authorities are concerned. Meanwhile, shifting focus to other breaking news. Another Hindu has been killed in Bangladesh today. A Hindu man named Khokon Das, aged around 45 to 50, and a local village doctor who ran a small pharmacy, was brutally attacked while returning home after closing his shop. Now, the assailants stabbed him repeatedly. Particularly, he was stabbed multiple times in the abdomen. His mobile phone also snatched, and he was doused with petrol. He was set ablaze. horrific act of brutality with a Hindu man yet again. In a fortnight, this is a fourth Hindu man to be brutally murdered. Kisholai joins us on the phone line for more. Kisholai, this is another shocking case, back-to-back instances. Fourth such instance, a Hindu man is killed, brutally set ablaze in a fortnight's time in Bangladesh.
Well, exactly. The attack on the Hindus continue, and this time Khokon Das, a resident of Rangpur district in Tilai village, he was attacked. Now, he is in a very serious condition, fighting for his life in the ICU. That is what some reports are telling us, and other reports are telling us that he already lost his life. We are waiting for a confirmation, but what we are getting to know, he was attacked, he was stabbed, he was beaten up, and he was set ablaze before all his belongings, including his money, his mobile phone, was taken away from him. Now, the police is trying to show this as an incident of burglary, of stealing away things from him, but actually the locals are saying this is an incident of another attack on a Hindu man because he was targeted. His name is Khokon Das. His father has also spoken to some sources saying that he was targeted because of his religion, and then he was targeted in such a brutal way where he was, just like Deepu Das, he was burnt, he was set ablaze alive. He jumped in water to trying to save his life. Later on, he was transferred to a hospital in a very, very serious condition, almost fighting for his life. 99% of his body got burnt. Right now, some reports suggest that he is still fighting for his life. We are trying to get confirmation on this, but attack on Hindus continue in Bangladesh.
Absolutely, Kisholai. Well, this is a very shocking case, and this is something that is alarming, and this needs to be raised because we see in Dhaka, in Bangladesh, this has become a trend, and this is happening closer and closer to the elections. We see just lip service by leaders like Tariq Rahman, who has returned to Dhaka after 17 years. And we also see Yunus. They all pay respects and treat Hadi, Osman Hadi, the anti-Hindu and the jihadi leader, anti-India leader, with utmost respect. They make a martyr out of him. They are sending out the worst message, for the people of Bangladesh. And as a result, we see what is happening with the minorities.
After the murder of Osman Hadi, which his brother alleges was conducted by the government itself, his brother has alleged that the murder was conducted in a way that the elections are pushed back. So now we know the reason why he was murdered, but that reason is now put backward, and now what happens is that murder is used in order to torture the Hindus and kill the Hindus. Third such incident happened, and now we see another man fighting for his life in the hospital and almost killed in the same way like Deepu Das was murdered, first lynched, then stabbed, and then set ablaze in Rangpur district, Tilai village of Bangladesh. Attack on Hindus continue while Bangladesh focuses on Osman Hadi and other jihadi leaders like that.
Right. Many thanks, Kisholai, for joining us with those details coming in that story. There was another shocking case, and this is the fourth Hindu who has been killed and set ablaze, brutally stabbed multiple times. This is the hatred, viewers. This is the hatred. We will just play out that clip we're getting in connection with this murder. These are murders happening. Hindus are being murdered. But there are no eyes on Dhaka, no eyes on Bangladesh, no eyes on Hindus of Bangladesh, it seems, because this has become a trend, and Yunus regime is okay with it because they are given a free run. Those who are targeting, who are persecuting Hindus in Bangladesh are getting a free run. Another Hindu, Khokon Das, is killed. First, Deepu Das is lynched and set ablaze. The picture, the act is recorded. You have this latest video of Khokon Das, fourth Hindu man in a fortnight time who is killed in Bangladesh. This is the video, his dead body from the hospital. He was set ablaze after being brutally stabbed. He jumped into water so that he could douse. Okay, we understand that he has not been, what we understand is that he's in a critical condition right now. I am told, I correct myself, he's in a critical condition right now. He's battling for his life in the hospital under intensive care. And Kisholai, this is a video that we have, Kisholai. We will just connect with Kisholai. Hindu man Khokon Das brutally attacked while he was en route his residence, and he was stabbed and set ablaze. He jumps into a river, as Kishore was telling us, so that he could douse the flame. But of course, the damage was done. His cash was stolen. So there's loot and there's brutality. Cash stolen, mobile seized. He tries to escape somehow. He jumps into a river. That could again be very, very dangerous, viewers. He jumps into a river so that the flames can be doused. And then he's admitted to hospital. He's very, very critical right now. Fourth attack on a Hindu man. Fourth attack on a Hindu man. 3 deaths already in around 10 days in Bangladesh. Tipu Chandra Das, and we have Amrit Mondal, who was also killed brutally. And just day before, we had another case in Mainman Singh. And now we have Khokon Das, 45 to 50-year-old man. And this is the state of Hindus in Bangladesh. And they are set ablaze. He's looted, attacked, stabbed multiple times, and he's set ablaze. Republic TV will be closely tracking the details of this story, viewers. And why is the anger against Bangladesh? We see the anger now on Shah Rukh Khan's Kolkata team also now, as many Hindu leaders, spiritual leaders also now raising objection as to why Shah Rukh Khan's Kolkata franchisee has purchased a Bangladeshi player. And now IPL sources tell us that BCCI has been in touch with the government, and that there has been no ban on Bangladeshi cricketers, and so it's okay. They will select Mustafizur Rahman. They say that there's no reason to single out Bangladeshi players. BCCI was in touch with the government, and what we understand is that that there was no problem in picking up a Bangladeshi player, Mustafizur Rahman. Viewers, this happens after back-to-back incidents of Hindus being killed and targeted. We just broke one such story, and now the anger is palpable. And we have Devkinandan Thakur, who has called Shah Rukh Khan a traitor. He is a spiritual leader, and he has raised objections on a Bangladeshi cricketer being selected for a Kolkata franchisee in the IPL. Listen in.
एक बांग्लादेशी क्रिकेटर है, मात्र एक, जो आईपीएल में खरीदा गया है। और जानते हो किसने खरीदा है? यही रहता है तुम्हारी बंबई में। हमने सुना उसका प्रेम ऐसे ही लोगों से बहुत है जो हिंदुओं को दुख दे। खैर, हम इस विषय पे बात नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन आज इस कथा में बैठकर हम उससे ये कह देना चाहते हैं, अगर तुम्हें हिंदुओं से प्रेम है, अगर तुम्हें भारत से प्रेम है, और अगर हिंदुओं के मरने का दुख तुमको भी है, उस 6 वर्ष की बच्ची को जलाए जाने का दुख तुमको भी है, तो मिस्टर KKR उस खिलाड़ी को, बांग्लादेश के खिलाड़ी को अपनी टीम से निकाल के बाहर करो, तुरंत बाहर करो। अगर वो खिलाड़ी तुम्हारी टीम में रहा तो मजबूर हो जाएंगे हम तुम्हारी टीम का बहिष्कार करने के लिए और उस खिलाड़ी को भारत से बांग्लादेश वापस भेजने के लिए। कौन कौन चाहता है KKR मैनेजमेंट उस टीम के सदस्य को अपने बांग्लादेश वापस भेजे? कौन कौन चाहता है? दोनों हाथ उठा के बताइए।
All right, viewers, now we are getting in a visual that has been shared by Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla, India's space hero. Now, he has shared a breathtaking time-lapse video of Earth from space, highlighting the changes and as he marvels at the ever-shifting geography, time, seasons, and personal perspective. A moon surprise appearance also adds magic to the sequence. Watch this video by Shubhanshu Shukla. It's a raw video that we're playing out right now, viewers. This has been shared by Shubhanshu Shukla on social media as he continues to, to share glimpses from the space during his historic space voyage. And now we have Shuks, as he's lovingly called, Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla and their space hero, showing us this wonderful and a beautiful time-lapse video from the space of the Earth. And shifting focus to the tragedy in Switzerland now. Update coming in. Several people have been killed in Switzerland after a powerful explosion tore through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. And 40 have been killed. The death toll is ticking. Earlier, they did not put a number. And now we know at least 40 have been killed and hundreds injured. That's a massive explosion, a very, very massive, big intensity blast, killing 40 in this Swiss bar, where many tourists also have been visiting this bar in the alpine town. Revelers were celebrating the new year. We do not know the cause of this explosion yet. Nothing clear from the authorities so far officially. But Republic TV has been on the only channel to get you also a ground assessment of this blast. Hundreds injured, 40 killed as per Swiss media reports. And these are the latest visuals from the spot, from the blast spot. This happened in Crans, Montana. And take a look at this report that has been filed by our correspondent on ground from the Swiss Alps bar.
Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was ich hier kurz nach dem Neujahr. Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was ich hier kurz nach dem Jahreswechsel in Grand Montana in der Bar Le Castellian abgespielt hat. Bis jetzt ist nur bekannt, dass mehrere Tote gegeben hat und mehrere Schwerverletzte. Gewisse Quellen reden von Dutzenden. Was genau passiert ist in der Bar, ist bis jetzt vollkommen unklar. Man weiß nur, dass es einen schweren Brand gegeben hat, der eventuell durch eine fehlgeleitete Pyrotechnik schon ausgelöst worden ist. Bis jetzt geben sich die Behörden zurückhaltend. Sie haben für im 10 Uhr eine Medienkonferenz angesetzt. Dass es sich um ein sehr tragisches Ereignis handelt, zeigt der Umstand, dass 2 Regierungsräte daran teilnehmen werden. Es ist auf jeden Fall ein trauriger Start ins neue Jahr hier im Wallis.
All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the conflict between Russia and Ukraine. Now, Russia accuses Ukraine of carrying out a drone attack on President Vladimir Putin's residence. And now, Russia's defense ministry has released a video footage of a downed drone as well, claiming that it had been used in this attack. According to the Ministry of Defense in Russia, the attack was targeted very carefully. It was very carefully planned, and that it was carried out in stages targeting the Russian president. Listen into this report.
The enemy's attack, as shown on the map, was carried out in several directions toward the Russian presidential residence over the territory of the Bryansk, Smolensk, Tver, and Novgorod regions, using 91 unmanned aerial vehicles.
Боевая часть данного беспилотника весом 6 килограмм. Остался целым. Тот редкий уникальный случай, когда мы имеем не разорвавшуюся боевую часть, начиненную фугасными элементами, массой 6 килограмм.
The strike formation, the number of airborne weapons used, and their operations from the southern, southwestern, and western directions clearly confirm that the terrorist attack of the Kyiv regime was purposeful, thoroughly planned, and had an in-depth nature.
Moscow also suspects that the attack was an attempt to throw Trump's peace efforts on Russia-Ukraine out of the window. according to Russian officials, there are some elements who do not want Russia and Ukraine to arrive at a peaceful solution.
This is a terrorist act aimed at disrupting the negotiation process, and it's not just aimed at Russian President Vladimir Putin personally. It's also aimed at U.S. President Donald Trump. It's aimed at thwarting President Trump's efforts to promote a peaceful resolution to the Ukrainian conflict.
Well, I know that there are reports from the Russian side that this alleged attack at one of the presidential palaces by drone or drones, it is unclear whether it actually happened. You know, Ukraine is receiving drones and missiles every single night into their capital city, and you know all they can do is fight back. And you know, it seems to me a little indelicate to be this close at a peace deal. Ukraine really wanting to get a peace deal done, and then to do something that would be viewed as reckless or not helpful. So we're going to get to the bottom of the intelligence, and for me, the most important thing is what the United States and our allies' intelligence services say about whether or not this attack actually happened. There are the territory questions, and you know where you draw the line of contact, how much, and both sides need to pull back from that line of contact, who polices violations of the line of contact. I mean, that's where it gets very complicated, very detail oriented, and I know teams on both sides are working very hard in the United States, and we're very engaged in that discussion and making sure that it can be an enforceable peace deal, because ultimately, if we have a peace deal that only lasts for days, that's no peace deal.
Viewers, we stepped into a very, very short break, but on the other side, we get you the Indore killer water cover-up. 13 people have been killed after drinking contaminated water, but the minister says that it was a natural death. He's confronted by the people and he runs away, he scoots away. And over 100 are critical. They are in hospital due to this killer water. Politicians seen dining, meanwhile, at events during time of crisis. We'll get you more on that. Stay tuned.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला, क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh?
Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT drive and tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Performance normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
Mounds has 13 people dead in Indore after drinking contaminated water. Minister says it was natural death. Over 100 critical due to contaminated water, but politicians seen dining at events during time of crisis. Shah Rukh Khan branded a traitor by spiritual gurus for picking Bangladeshi cricketer for his IPL team. "40 killed, 100 injured in explosion at Switzerland bar on New Year's Eve." Air India pilot offloaded after smell test just before takeoff in Canada, found to be drunk on duty. India's cleanest city, ladies and gentlemen, Indore, is now struck by a tragedy of contaminated drinking water. And at least 13 have been killed after drinking this toxic water. And now more lapses are being exposed in this case, viewers. In Bhagirathpura, tender was issued 6 months prior and it was not followed through. Madhya Pradesh Minister Kailash Vijayvargiya gives a bizarre statement saying that there were natural deaths that happened. Now, viewers, a year ago, the Indore Municipal Corporation had decided to lay water supply lines. The tender was also issued about 6 months ago. However, the process could not be carried forward due to negligence in the system, and that's why we see that Mr. Minister continues to, pull a cover up. You can see him being confronted by the angry citizens, the angry people, and he is, remember, an MLA from the same area as well. but he runs away, he scoots away when he's confronted by angry people. My colleague Vivek joins us live on the broadcast for more. Vivek, हम देख रहे हैं कि बार-बार अलग-अलग तरीके की लैप्सेस जो हैं वो समझ में आ रहे हैं. अब पता लग रहा है कि टेंडर जो है 6 महीने पहले ही दायर किया गया था, लेकिन उस पर भी कोई एक्शन लिया नहीं गया था.
बिल्कुल, भागीरथपुरा की जिस भी गली, जिस भी सड़क पर आप गुजरिए, वहां पर सिर्फ आपको खामियां नजर आएंगी. अभी एक गली में हैं हम, और इस गली में एक परिवार है जो कि अभी शोक संतप्त परिवार है, काफी मातम में डूबा हुआ है, क्योंकि 50 साल की यहां पर सीमा जी रहा करती थी, जो अब इस दुनिया में नहीं है, और इसी पानी को पीने के बाद उनकी मौत हो गई. तो जो दुष्कर्म होता, जो क्रियाक्रम होता है, उसके लिए पूरी फैमिली यहाँ पर मौजूद है. और ये वो गली है, आप देखिए कि बीच सड़क पर, यहाँ पर अगर आप देखेंगे, ये पूरा ड्रेनेज सिस्टम है, बीच से ये पाइपलाइन जा रही है जिसमें नाले का गंदा पानी है. लेकिन जो नहीं दिख रहा है यहाँ पर, इस नाले के पानी के पैरेलल में ठीक बगल में वहां पीने का पानी, यानी कि सभी के घर में वाटर सप्लाई की जाती है. आप समझिए कि वाटर लेवल और जो नाले का पानी है, सीवेज सिस्टम, दोनों एक लेवल में है. अब इस गली में आप आगे बढ़िए. इस गली में जब आप आगे बढ़ेंगे तो यहाँ के कंडीशन को आप देखें. अभी देखिए, लोगों ने अपनी ढलाई की, लेकिन ये अभी भी कच्चा है यहाँ पर. और इस तरह के कई जो मुहाने हैं, नाले के मुहाने हैं, वो यहाँ पर बंद किए हुए हैं. हम थोड़ा और आपको आगे ले चलते हैं. आप समझिए कि जब यहाँ पर बारिश होती होगी तब यहाँ का हाल क्या होता होगा, ये किसी से बात छिपी नहीं है. और ये देखिए, इस गली से भरा हुआ पानी इस छेद से इसमें जाता है, यानी कि इस गटर में जाता है. लेकिन गटर और जो लोगों के इस्तेमाल के पीने का जो पानी है, उसका जरा लेवल देखिए. ये रहा गटर, और यहाँ पर हम आते हैं. यहाँ पर एक बाइक लगी हुई है. जरा इस ढक्कन को हटाइएगा भैया. देखिए, इस ढक्कन को हम जरा हटाते हैं एक बार फिर से. और आज ये टंकी साफ हुई है. इस पानी का रंग आप जरा देखिए. आज ही ये टंकी साफ हुई. इस पानी का रंग देखिए. ढक्कन खोलते ही इसमें से बदबू आती है. और ये बताया जा रहा है कि आज की सप्लाई का वाटर है, यानी कि लोग बार बार टंकी साफ कर रहे हैं और बार बार ये गंदे पानी से दो चार होना पड़ रहा है. इस पानी से ये लोग नहाते हैं. आप लोग रोजाना इसे नहाते हैं, अपना जीवन चलाते हैं?
इसी से चलाते हैं, इसी से नहाते हैं. वो पानी भी इसी का इस्तेमाल करते थे.
इसी का करते हैं.
हाँ.
आज की स्थिति क्या है?
हाँ, आज की तो बहुत बेकार है. हाँ. कम से कम वो बीमार होने वाले काम है इसमें. तो सब परेशान हो रहे हैं.
हाँ, बताइए क्या क्या भाई, बताइए.
नाली नहीं आते, नली नहीं आ रहे. हमारे तो गर्मी में नली नहीं आते.
नहीं आते?
देखो, खड्डा भी नहीं पूरा, मैंने ही पूरा भर भर के, अरे पैसे लगा लगा के.
ठीक है, खुद से लोग कर रहे हैं. यहाँ पर समस्याएं बहुत ज्यादा हैं. अब लोगों की मौतें हो रही हैं. ये जो चित्कार है, जो आवाज है, लोग रो रहे हैं, ये बात सरकार तक अब पहुंची.
तो ये गली गली में आते हैं वोट के लिए, हार पहन के हमारे पैर पड़ते हैं, सब कुछ करते हैं. तो ऐसे आना चाहिए ना. हम बीमार है तो हमारे पति को ऐसे दस्ते लग गए कि खड़े नहीं हो पा रहे.
देखिए, नल में पानी आ रहा है. किसी ने मुझे बताया कि नल में पानी आ रहा है. अब जरा सप्लाई वाटर जरा दिखाइए भाई, जरा सप्लाई वाटर जरा ऊपर से दिखाइए. अच्छा, बंद हो जाएगा. थोड़ा सा ऊपर. अब ये देखिए नल का पानी है और मैं हाथ में ले रहा हूं. ये पूरी तरीके से धुंधला पानी है. आप देखिए, ये पीने लायक नहीं है और इसमें बदबू आ रही है. इसे जरा बाल्टे में जमा कीजिए. ये कैलाश विजयवर्गीय को देखना चाहिए, मोहन यादव को देखना चाहिए कि देखिए ये पानी है. और रिपब्लिक भारत इससे साफ सुथरी तस्वीर, इससे बढ़िया तस्वीर आपको नहीं दिखाएगा जो कि आपके कारनामों की पोल खोलती हो. ये मध्य प्रदेश की सरकार जो कहती है कि लोगों के घर में पानी, हर घर नल का जल, ऐसी व्यवस्थाएं. देखिए, ये स्टील का बर्तन है और पानी इतना धुंधला है और ये पानी में बदबू आती है. आप समझिए कि इस पानी को हम देख नहीं पा रहे, इस पानी को, धुंधले पानी को हम हाथ में ले नहीं पा रहे. और हाथ में लेने के बाद ये पूरी तरह से पानी स्टिकी है, यानी कि चिपचिपा है. आप समझिए कि कैसे ये सरकार अगर एक भी घूंट पानी या हमारे ही हाथ से मोहन यादव की सरकार जो है आचमन करके देख ले, हम उन्हें ये पानी पिला देते हैं, लेकिन वो नहीं पिएंगे. और हमें किसी ने बताया, इन लोगों ने बताया कि कैलाश विजयवर्गीय आए थे, लेकिन वो मातम पुरसी करने के लिए आए थे. मतलब कि जिनके यहाँ लोगों की मौत हुई है, उन लोगों के यहाँ आया और उसके बाद वो चेक सौंप कर चले गए. लोगों ने कहा चलिए हमारा भी मोहल्ला देख लीजिए, लेकिन वो देखने को उतारू नहीं थे. यही हुआ था ना?
हाँ, यही हुआ था. वापस रिटर्न नहीं किए, वापस चले गए.
हाँ. ये समस्या कब से है?
ये सर करीब 2-3 महीने से हो रही है.
2-3 महीने से आप लोग सही रहे हैं तब से?
अरे सब सही रहा. ये जहर पी रहा है सुबह सुबह, तो तुम इतना निकलता कि बदबू ले ही नहीं सकते आप मुंह के सामने.
तो आज स्नान किया आपने इसी पानी से?
नहीं.
हाँ. कीड़ा ना, इसी पानी से नहाए हम. सुबह कीड़ा आ रहे थे पानी में
कीड़े भी हैं?
हाँ, सुबह आज नल आए ना तो कीड़े भी आ रहे थे. बारीक बारीक उसके अंदर।
जो इस वाले चलते ना कीड़े, वो कीड़े भी आ जाते हैं नल के।
तो आप जो ऐसे पानी इस्तेमाल करने में एक बार हिचक तो होती होगी कि इसी को बच्चे को देना है, सबको देना है, खुद भी इस्तेमाल करना है।
तो हिचक होगी सर, हम कहाँ जाएंगे, हमारे इधर बोरिंग की व्यवस्था नहीं, बोरिंग का बोलते तो मना कर देते, बोले बोरिंग आगे है वहाँ से पानी भर के लाओ।
और वो वाले हमसे पैसे मांगते हैं तो हम पाइप कहाँ से डालेंगे?
पार्षद क्या कहते हैं?
मना कर देते वो,
क्या बोलते हैं
कि नहीं यहाँ बोरिंग नहीं होएगा, बोले और ना ही टैंकर आएगा।
पाइप मिल के पैसे मिलाओ और पाइप लाओ और लगाओ, हम खुद से बनाएंगे तो हमारा तो कमाने।
एक न्यूज़ सुन लेना, ये जो पूनम संवरिया है ना, वहाँ बोरिंग खुदा सबसे 2-2 हज़ार रुपए ले लिया, उसी को पाइप दिए उसने।
तो देखिए यहाँ के लोग बता रहे हैं कि आम लोगों के जेब से पैसे निकाल करके बोरिंग का पाइप उन्हें सप्लाई किया जा रहा है और इसका पूरा दो दारोमदार है कि सरकार ने ये कर दिया। लेकिन जिधर भी आप नजर डालें, इस गली में नजर डालें, जितनी दूर आप चले जाएं, ये पूरा इलाका डाउन में है। आप समझिए कि अभी भी ये सड़क गीली है और ये पानी आपको देखना चाहिए, ये पूरी जनता को देखना चाहिए, पूरे भारत को देखना चाहिए कि मौतें ऐसे नहीं हो रही। मौत के प्रमाण है, मौत के सबूत है और ये सबूत बता रहे हैं कि ये पानी अगर आप पिएंगे, अगर मोहन यादव के सरकार के कैबिनेट का कोई भी मंत्री यहां आकर अगर पी ले, उनका विधायक पी ले, उनका पार्षद पी ले, तो हम मान जाएंगे कि सही में वो राजनेता है या वो पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं लोगों की, गरीबों की। लेकिन ऐसी बात नहीं हो रही है। ये गंदा पानी जो है कोई पीने को आमादा नहीं है और हम बराबर कह रहे हैं, हम इसके अंदर हाथ भी डालकर देख रहे हैं, लेकिन इसका जो आप रंग देखिए वो रंग बिल्कुल धुंधला है। और इस पानी को अगर सरकार पी ले तो यहाँ के लोगों को संतोष हो जाए कि सरकार उनके लिए काम करती है, सरकार उनके लिए सोचती है, सरकार उन्हीं के जैसी है, गरीबों की सरकार है। लेकिन सरकार ये पानी नहीं पिएगी, सरकार पिएगी बोतल वाले पानी। आप लोग ने बोतल वाला पानी इस्तेमाल किया क्या?
हाँ लाए ना, खरीद के सर।
खरीद के लाए। कितने में मिला आपको?
20 रुपए की एक कैन।
20 रुपए के 20 लीटर मिले, मतलब 1 रुपए पर लीटर।
हाँ।
जो मुफ्त में मिलना चाहिए
वो नहीं, पैसे से मिला हमको।
पैसे से मिला।
पैसे से।
डेली कितनी खपत है?
2-3 कैन लग जाती, 3 कैन रोज की।
लग जा रहे हैं। नहाने का अलग से?
नहाने का अलग से।
नहाने का अलग से।
खर्चा नहाने का तो हम गंदा ही पानी यूज कर रहे हैं ना सर।
यानी
कि कहाँ से लाएंगे हम पैसे? गरीब लोग हैं हम, पैसे वाले थोड़ी हैं जो हम इतना पानी खरीद के ले आएंगे। ना टैंकर आता है,
पीने के लिए लेके आते हैं, बाकी तो यही वाला यूज कर रहे हैं पानी।
तो ये स्थिति है कि कोई 3 कैन, कोई 6 कैन, आप हिसाब जोड़ लीजिए। ये गरीब लोग हैं, खुद से कह रहे हैं कि हम बहुत गरीब हैं, मजबूरी में हमें पानी खरीदना पड़ रहा है। तो मोहन यादव की सरकार के लिए ये रिपोर्ट बहुत बड़ी रिपोर्ट होगी।
तो
अगर वो
समस्या बहुत लंबे समय चली आ रही है विवेक, समाधान भी नहीं है, व्यवस्था भी नहीं करा रही सरकार। ये एक बड़ा सवाल है। अभी तक लोग जूझ रहे हैं, सिर्फ एक बेसिक नीड जो कि पानी, जो एक हर जीव को चाहिए होता है, वो तक नहीं मिल पा रहा है। ये इट्स अ वेरी वेरी शॉकिंग केस व्यूअर्स। Republic TV is the only channel that's getting you the ground reality. Thank you so much, Vivek. We will keep coming back to you to get us those the ground reports. We were shifting our focus to other stories now, and this is, of course, what Mr. Minister, who is Kailash Vijayvargiya, he says that these deaths have been caused due to natural reasons. This is a natural death. He is denying that it's a tragedy that has happened where the same area where he's been elected to the assembly from as well. And when confronted by the people, he runs away. Listen into Kailash Vijayvargiya.
वही मैं अभी कंफ्यूजन में हूँ क्योंकि सरकारी आंकड़ा अभी भी 4 है। क्योंकि मैं उधर भागीरथपुरम में जब घूम के आया तो वहाँ पर
And meanwhile, Asim Owaisi has slammed the Madhya Pradesh government over the recent water contamination incident, questioning whether the government will take responsibility for the deaths. This is, I think, Asaduddin Owaisi who's raising questions. Listen in.
तो अब इन लोगों को खाली बुलडोज़र की फिक्र है, खाली बुलडोज़र से घर तोड़ना चाहते हैं। किसी मुसलमान पे इल्ज़ाम लगा तो उसको लाकर पीटते और घर तोड़ देते। तो ये इनकी गवर्नमेंट ऐसे ही है कि ये लोग बेसिक एमिनिटीज़ जो है जिसको इंसान को ज़रूरत पड़ती है, एक साफ़ पीने का पानी मुहैया नहीं कर सकते ये लोग। तो ये तो मध्य प्रदेश सरकार की सरासर नाकामी है कि 2026 में आ गए और 2026 में हम विश्व गुरु के दावे करते हैं और गंदा पानी पीकर लोग मर जाते हैं। तो ये तो इनको चुल्लू भर पानी में डूब मरने की ज़रूरत है बीजेपी के इन तमाम लोगों को जो हमेशा बुलडोज़र इस्तेमाल करते, कभी एनकाउंटर का नाम करते, तो अब ये इनको बताना पड़ेगा देश को.
And we also have a reaction coming in from Chief Minister Mohan Lal Yadav, who says that government has taken a swift action when this incident came to light.
पीने के पानी के साथ जो ध्यान में आया है कि इसके कारण से उल्टी दस्त के बड़ी संख्या में बीमार और अलग अलग हॉस्पिटल में मिले हैं. तुरंत प्रभाव से लगभग 2-3 दिन के अंदर 40,000 ज़्यादा लोगों की स्क्रीनिंग की गई, जिसमें 2,456 संदेहास्पद व्यक्ति के लक्षण मिले थे और 212 भर्ती किए गए. इसमें 50 मरीज स्वस्थ होकर डिस्चार्ज हो गए, 162 मरीज अभी भर्ती है. 5-6 हॉस्पिटल में आज हम सब मिलकर के हर एक मरीज से मिलकर के आए और कमोबेश सबकी स्थिति करीब करीब स्टेबल है और हॉस्पिटल में उनके उपचार की व्यवस्था ठीक तरह से की जा रही है. हमने कहा कि सरकार किसी भी हालत में और किसी प्रकार की लापरवाही को बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी और खासकर.
And now a quick check of the other stories that we're tracking for you from across the country. This is Bharat in a minute. Lokpal has cancelled its controversial order to procure 7 BMW cars. Finally, whose total cost was around 5 crore rupees. Now, the move is considered significant as the opposition has slammed the Lokpal's decision to procure the vehicles. Authorities seized 150 kilograms of ammonium nitrate where it was concealed in bags of urea fertilizer, along with nearly 200 explosive cartridges and 6 safety fuse wires from a car travelling on the Jaipur-Tonk highway in Rajasthan. An investigation is underway to determine whether the consignment was meant for illegal activities, including mining. The blast was reported in the Solan district of Himachal Pradesh around 9:40 a.m. Thursday morning, today morning, triggering panic among the residents. Some nearby buildings are said to have suffered minor damage. No casualties reported. Bunty Jahagirdar, who was accused in the 2012 serial bombing case, was shot dead by unknown assailants in the Ahilyanagar district of Maharashtra on Wednesday afternoon. Probe has been launched. Police investigating the matter. Tensions remain high in the Taiwan Strait as Chinese naval assets begin to pull back after massive military drills around Taiwan. Viewers, here's more on that.
Taiwan on high military alert. Forces deployed. Airspace and waters being closely monitored. Emergency response systems still active. This despite China signaling the completion of its large-scale drills around the island. China's People's Liberation Army says its 2-day military exercises have concluded, with several Chinese warships and aircraft beginning to pull back. The drills involved naval maneuvers, air patrols and simulated strike operations around Taiwan. As the drills wrapped up, Beijing's political message was equally unambiguous. In his New Year address, Chinese President Xi Jinping reiterated China's resolve to reunify Taiwan with the mainland, saying, "The reunification of our motherland, a trend of the times, is unstoppable." He added that the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait were bound by blood ties thicker than water. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te has responded firmly, saying Taiwan will defend its sovereignty and democratic system. Lai underlined the need for strong national defense and vigilance in the face of rising military pressure from China. The military exercises come amid renewed cross-strait tensions, following Taiwan's recent political and security moves that Beijing views as edging closer to the United States and its allies. China has repeatedly warned against what it calls external interference. Analysts say the exercises were among China's most expansive shows of force this year, designed to test combat readiness, rehearse blockades, and send a warning not just to Taipei but also to Washington and its allies. While Beijing insists reunification is inevitable, Taiwan maintains that its future must be decided only by its own people. For now, even as Chinese forces scale back their presence, Taiwan remains on edge. Military readiness high, and the Taiwan Strait once again at the center of global attention.
Russia has accused Ukraine of carrying out a drone attack on President Vladimir Putin's residence in Novgorod region. Now, Russia's defense ministry in the latest has released a video footage of a downed drone, claiming it had been used in the attack. According to the ministry, the attack was targeted, carefully planned, and carried out in stages. Here's more.
The enemy's attack, as shown on the map, was carried out in several directions toward the Russian presidential residence over the territory of the Bryansk, Smolensk, Tver, and Novgorod regions, using 91 unmanned aerial vehicles.
Боевая часть данного беспилотника весом 6 килограмм. Остался целым. Тот редкий уникальный случай, когда мы имеем не разорвавшуюся боевую часть, начиненную фугасными элементами, массой 6 килограмм.
The strike formation, the number of airborne weapons used, and their operations from the southern, southwestern, and western directions clearly confirm that the terrorist attack of the Kyiv regime was purposeful, thoroughly planned, and had an in-depth nature.
Moscow also suspects that the attack was an attempt to throw Trump's peace efforts on Russia-Ukraine out of the window. According to Russian officials, there are some elements who do not want Russia and Ukraine to arrive at a peaceful solution.
This is a terrorist act aimed at disrupting the negotiation process, and it's not just aimed at Russian President Vladimir Putin personally. It's also aimed at U.S. President Donald Trump. It's aimed at thwarting President Trump's efforts to promote a peaceful resolution to the Ukrainian conflict.
Well, I know that there are reports from the Russian side that this alleged attack at one of the presidential palaces by drone or drones, it is unclear whether it actually happened. You know, Ukraine is receiving drones and missiles every single night into their capital city, and you know all they can do is fight back. And you know, seems to me a little indelicate to be this close at a peace deal. Ukraine really wanting to get a peace deal done, and then to do something that would be viewed as reckless or not helpful. So we're going to get to the bottom of the intelligence, and for me, the most important thing is what the United States and our allies' intelligence services say about whether or not this attack actually happened. There are the territory questions, and you know where you draw the line of contact, how much, and both sides need to pull back from that line of contact, who polices violations of the line of contact. I mean, that's where it gets very complicated, very detail oriented, and I know teams on both sides are working very hard in the United States, and we're very engaged in that discussion and making sure that it can be an enforceable peace deal, because ultimately, if we have a peace deal that only lasts for days, that's no peace deal.
And shifting focus to the latest update from Switzerland, where several people have been killed and hundreds injured after a powerful explosion took place at a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana during New Year's Eve, as revelers were celebrating. And we are also getting in visuals from the blast site. At least 40, as per media reports, at least 40 have lost their lives. The cause of the blast unknown, yet to be ascertained. And this is, of course, a very popular and a very busy bar. And what we understand via the authorities is that there were people from different nationalities, because it's a very important, it's a very popular tourist spot as well. And the New Year revelers were all present there. Republic TV, in fact, is the only channel to get you the ground assessment from the spot, from the site. Listen in.
Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was ich hier kurz nach dem Neujahr. Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was sich hier kurz nach dem Jahreswechsel in Grand Montana in der Bar Le Castellian abgespielt hat. Bis jetzt ist nur bekannt, dass mehrere Tote gegeben hat und mehrere Schwerverletzte. Gewisse Quellen reden von Dutzenden. Was genau passiert ist in der Bar, ist bis jetzt vollkommen unklar. Man weiß nur, dass es einen schweren Brand gegeben hat, der eventuell durch eine fehlgeleitete Pyrotechnik schon ausgelöst worden ist. Bis jetzt geben sich die Behörden zurückhaltend. Sie haben für im 10 Uhr eine Medienkonferenz angesetzt. Dass es sich um ein sehr tragisches Ereignis handelt, zeigt der Umstand, dass 2 Regierungsräte daran teilnehmen werden. Es ist auf jeden Fall ein trauriger Start ins neue Jahr hier im Wallis.
Viewers, coming up at 6 stories at 6, we get you the latest coming in the Indore killer water case where the investigation continues. Republic keeps getting you the ground report. Plus, the big international story, the escalation between Russia and Ukraine gets more tense. Russia claims Ukrainian drones attacked Putin's residence. All this and much more coming up at 6 stories at 6.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप। मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Huh? Having a neighbor that is an epicenter.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये ही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. 40 stages thrust cutoff. Plus 5 seconds.
After tracking,
P3 driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Performance normal.
there's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal. S200 motors ignited.
Plus 5 seconds.
P1 tracking. S200 motors separated.
Two, 1, 0.
First stage performance normal.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're watching 6 Stories at 6. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest. Let's see what we have in store for you in this show. In a very unfortunate incident, 13 people have died in Indore after drinking contaminated water. Thousands hospitalized. Minister says it was a natural death. Politicians are seen dining at events during a time of crisis. Then we talk about the big controversy which has erupted. Shah Rukh Khan has been branded a traitor by spiritual gurus for picking a Bangladeshi cricketer in KKR. Russia releases proof of claiming, and he claims that Ukraine launched a drone strike on Putin's residence. Ukraine denies these accusations. Chinese President Xi Jinping pledges to achieve the reunification of China and Taiwan after Beijing holds live fire drills. New Year celebrations turn deadly. Powerful explosions tear through a bar in the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana, killing over 40 people in that unfortunate incident. And our BSF jawans are braving sub-zero cold to guard the line of control in the Gulmarg sector. Republic reports from the ground. And viewers, let's start with the top story tracking right now. It is Indore. In Indore's Bhagiratapura, water has turned into poison. The recent deaths of at least 13 individuals in Indore after being hospitalized for over a week has now escalated into a full-blown crisis. Water that was supposed to sustain life is snatching life away instead. Days ago, the leakages in water pipelines contaminated drinking water in Bhagiratpura, and before we knew it, and before authorities could even take cognizance, 13 lives were lost and many remain critical, raising the bigger question: are human lives so dispensable in Madhya Pradesh? Watch this report for more.
एक बुढ़ापे में ये दादा दादी का सहारा उनको खेलने कूदने का एक खिलौना था,
इतने साल बाद इनका बेटा हुआ कुछ।
A mother who lost her 6-month-old due to contaminated water.
इनका सारा तो वही बनेगा ना, मेरा सारा कौन है सर?
13 deaths. Over 100 hospitalized. Vomiting, diarrhea and dehydration. And the cause the doctors point to? Contaminated drinking water.
इंदौर के भागीरथपुरा में जो कुछ हुआ वो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है और उसके बाद जो तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं वो बताती है कि सरकार कितनी जिम्मेदार है, वो बताती है कि जिम्मेदार नेता मंत्री कितने गैर जिम्मेदार हैं। आप देखिए पूरा सिस्टम फेल, नगर निगम की कोई व्यवस्था नहीं, लोगों की शिकायतों की कोई सुनवाई नहीं, गंदा पानी पीने को लोग मजबूर हैं, पार्षद झूला झूलते नजर आते हैं। अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, मतलब वहाँ पर लोग मर रहे हैं और यहाँ पर पार्टी चल रही है, यहाँ पर बिस्किट चाय बिस्किट चल रहा है। इतनी भी मानवता नहीं है कि एक तरफ लोग गंदा पानी, दूषित पानी, सीवेज मिला हुआ पानी पी रहे हैं और यहाँ पर कॉन्फ्रेंस में चाय बिस्किट और तमाम चीजें कैमरे में कैद हो रही है। साफ बताता है कि ये सरकार जनता के प्रति सजग नहीं है, जनता की इन्हें कोई चिंता नहीं है, शायद इसीलिए इस तरह की तस्वीरें आ रही हैं।
The cleanest city of India, Indore, is marred by allegations of contaminated water. Over 100 people were hospitalized in the past few days, complaining of diarrhea and vomiting. When the local hospitals overflowed, authorities finally took cognizance, and what was discovered was shocking. The water pipeline had leakages, and the people, unaware that the water was contaminated, kept consuming it.
जैसे पाइपलाइन जगह जगह ये फूटी करी तो बोले थोड़ा पानी, बोले थोड़ी पाइपलाइन फूटी हो जाएगा पानी। फिर 2-3 दिन में पता नहीं एकदम ऐसा पानी आया है कि बस बीमारी हो गया। 3:30 बजे से मेरे को जो रात के 10 लगने लगे, फिर सुबह कल 3:30 बजे यहाँ पर भर्ती करा।
आपके घर से कितने लोग बीमार हैं?
2 लोग बीमार हैं
आपके घर से।
आज मॉर्निंग में उनको एडमिट किया हुआ आएगा। बाकी उनको डॉक्टर से जैसे ट्रीटमेंट करवाया था, डॉक्टर बोले कि वहाँ पानी का इन्फेक्शन हुआ है।
तो उपचार होता है,
उपचार हो रहा है पर हम पेट करके दे रहे हैं।
In this tragic sequence, Sadhna Sahu lost her 6-month-old.
कितनी बार मैं
क्या
बच्चा नहीं रहा सर।
क्या हुआ था बच्चे को?
उल्टी दस्त हुए थे सर।
कब से हो रहा था ये उल्टी दस्त?
शांत होने की। बच्चा बीमार था, डॉक्टर के पास लेके गए, कोई भी गोली दवाई देता है 2-3 दिन के लिए देता है, 2 दिन के लिए देता है। मैंने दिखाया, 1-2 दिन रहा है ना। फिर बच्चा नर्वस था, हम CHL अपोलो लेके गए, मेरी कंडीशन नहीं थी ले जाने लायक बच्चा, क्योंकि मैं घबरा चुकी थी। इसके दादा दादी इसके पापा लेके गए, लेकिन डॉक्टर ने उसको मृत घोषित कर दिया कि बच्चा नहीं है सर।
The residents had been drinking this water for days. They had even complained, but to no avail.
ये 8-10 दिन से मालूम पड़ा है। हाँ, ये शिकायत की थी आपने? शिकायत की थी हमने, फिर बोले कि ठीक हो जाएगा। वो शिकायत नहीं हुई थी, लेकिन शिकायत का निराकरण नहीं किया गया।
But to the politicians, it was business as usual. Here is Kamal Baghela, BJP councillor, hanging out as if the 12 deaths weren't even a bit significant. Cabinet Minister Kailash Vijaywargiya had arrived yesterday, and later his councillor, Kamal Baghela, was seen like this. More than 1,000 remain ill in Indore, many not even reported yet.
कब से पी रहे थे गंदा पानी? अब क्या मालूम, पी तो रहे थे 10 दिन 15 दिन, लेकिन मालूम नहीं पड़ा क्या किया जाए। कितने लोग भर्ती आपके हैं? मैं तो अकेला ही हूँ साहब। भागीरथपुरा के तो बहुत हैं। कितने लोग होंगे? बहुत होंगे, कम से कम नहीं तो 1000-1500 होंगे। 1000-1500।
Protests erupted yesterday as the government remains under scanner. And the people continue to be hospitalized.
इंदौर की इस वक्त की जो तस्वीरें हैं वो वाकई शर्मसार करने वाली, क्योंकि स्वच्छता में नंबर 1 शहर इंदौर में आखिरकार गंदे पानी से, दूषित पानी से तकरीबन 1100 से भी अधिक लोग जो है वो बीमार हो गए। पिछले 24 घंटों से इन्हें ऑब्जर्व रखा गया है। तमाम इंदौर के भागीरथपुरा इलाके के जितने नजदीकी हॉस्पिटल वहां पर पेशेंट भर्ती है, लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 1 से 1.5 महीने से ये गंदा पानी पी रहे थे। कई बार शिकायतें की गई, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी किसी भी तरह का कोई अहम कदम उन जिम्मेदारों ने नहीं उठाया।
With multiple deaths and many critical yet, the status of Indore being the cleanest city of India has now been shadowed by this grave incident.
Let's move ahead, viewers. The other big story we're tracking, Hindu spiritual guru Devki Nandan Thakur has sparked a political debate after criticizing Indian Premier League franchise Kolkata Knight Riders and its co-owner Bollywood actor Shah Rukh Khan for purchasing a Bangladeshi player, Mustafizur Rahman, for the upcoming IPL season. Now, Devki Nandan Thakur has accused KKR and Shah Rukh Khan of ignoring the alleged persecution of Hindus in Bangladesh. He further said that Shah Rukh Khan has also ignored sentiments of the Hindus. More in this report.
IPL and controversies go hand in hand. A fresh controversy has erupted targeting IPL franchise Kolkata Knight Riders, demanding the removal of Bangladeshi cricketer Mustafizur Rahman from the team and questioning the inclusion of Bangladeshi players in the league. The row comes at a time when India and Bangladesh's diplomatic relations are suffering a severe blow. Hindu spiritual leader Devki Nandan Thakur has slammed KKR's co-owner Shah Rukh Khan over signing Bangladeshi player Mustafizur Rahman for a sum of rupees 9.20 crore.
एक बांग्लादेशी क्रिकेटर है, मात्र एक, जो आईपीएल में खरीदा गया है। और जानते हो किसने खरीदा है? यही रहता है तुम्हारी बंबई में। हमने सुना उसका प्रेम ऐसे ही लोगों से बहुत है जो हिंदुओं को दुख दे। खैर, हम इस विषय पे बात नहीं करना चाहते, लेकिन आज इस कथा में बैठकर हम उससे ये कह देना चाहते हैं, अगर तुम्हें हिंदुओं से प्रेम है, अगर तुम्हें भारत से प्रेम है, और अगर हिंदुओं के मरने का दुख तुमको भी है, उस 6 वर्ष की बच्ची को जलाए जाने का दुख तुमको भी है, तो मिस्टर केकेआर उस खिलाड़ी को, बांग्लादेश के खिलाड़ी को अपनी टीम से निकाल के बाहर करो, तुरंत बाहर करो। अगर वो खिलाड़ी तुम्हारी टीम में रहा तो मजबूर हो जाएंगे हम तुम्हारी टीम का बहिष्कार करने के लिए और उस खिलाड़ी को भारत से बांग्लादेश वापस भेजने के लिए।
Speaking at a public gathering, spiritual leader Devki Nandan Thakur claimed that the Hindu sentiments were being repeatedly ignored. Initially, 6 Bangladeshi players were shortlisted but went unsold. Mustafizur was bought with a base price of rupees 2 crore, but the final price was settled at a whopping 9.2 crore rupees. Meanwhile, in defense, BCCI has clarified that they were in contact with their government. BCCI did not receive any directions or indications to bar Bangladeshi players. Therefore, Mustafizur will play in the IPL 2026 unless the government directs it to do otherwise. The brutal killings of 3 Bangladeshi Hindus and the rise of Islamist radicalism has raised questions over the safety of minorities in a neighboring country.
बांग्लादेश के प्लेयर्स को आज इतनी महंगी रकम पर अपनी टीम में खरीदने वाले शाहरुख खान को दिखाई नहीं देता है कि बांग्लादेश में हिंदुओं के साथ, लोगों के साथ, मैं कहूँगा हिंदू भी छोड़िए, लोगों के साथ कितने विभत्स कार्य किए जा रहे हैं। मारा जा रहा है, पेड़ पे लटका के जलाया जा रहा है। एक शब्द शाहरुख खान के मुख से नहीं निकला कि ये काम ठीक नहीं है, और लगे हैं बांग्लादेश के लोगों को पैसा बांटने के लिए।
Bangladesh's increasing hostility towards India and threats towards chicken's neck has also raised many eyebrows.
जो आपके अपने बच्चों को जला रहे हैं जिंदा, उनके साथ क्यों संबंध रखना है?
खेल की भावना भी उस पर नहीं हावी होनी चाहिए।
खेल क्या भावना? खेल भावना बना नहीं, खेल तो आज का सट्टा हो गया है, बाजार हो गया है।
बड़ा स्टेटमेंट है।
नहीं तो बताओ, खेल में आजकल जुआ नहीं हो रहा, क्रिकेट में
हो रहा है।
फिर कौन
कार्रवाई भी हो रही है,
फिर
बड़े बड़े खिलाड़ियों के नाम आ रहे हैं, ईडी ने कितनी संपत्ति जब्त कर ली।
इसलिए खेल का मतलब अब खेल नहीं रहा। खेल का मतलब तो ये है कि हम अपने बच्चों के साथ खेलें, आपके साथ खेलें, वो खेल है। अब ये जो इंटरनेशनल खेल है, ये खेल नहीं है, सट्टा है। सट्टा चलाने का एक सिस्टम है, सट्टा बाजार है।
The statement has sparked heated discussions online, blending cricket, politics, and religion, and drawing attention to the sensitive debates surrounding sports and national sentiments.
Viewers, Russia is raising alarm over what it calls a massive coordinated drone strike aimed at President Vladimir Putin's residence. Moscow claims 91 drones came in low and fast from multiple directions, but they insist that every single one was intercepted. Ukraine, meanwhile, says the entire narrative is fabricated, a political ploy designed to derail diplomatic momentum amid clashing claims, rising tensions, and zero independent verification. Here's a full picture of what Russia says unfolded in the skies.
The Russian Ministry of Defense has released a video of what it says is a downed Ukrainian drone, one of the 91 UAVs allegedly used in an overnight attack aimed at President Putin's residence. The footage filmed that night shows a damaged drone lying in the snow. According to Major General Alexander Romanikov, the drones were launched from Ukraine's Sumy and Chernihiv, flying at low altitudes and approaching from multiple directions.
Нанесение удара противником, как показано на представленной карте, осуществлялось по нескольким направлениям к резиденции президента России над территориями Брянской, Смоленской, Тверской и Новгородской областей с применением 91 беспилотного летательного аппарата.
Russian officials say that the attack unfolded between December 28th and 29th, with drones shot down across Bryansk, Smolensk, Tver, and Novgorod regions. In Bryansk alone, Russian air defenses claim to have destroyed 49 drones over several hours. Another 41 drones were reportedly intercepted over Novgorod. The Russian military says all 91 drones were neutralized using missile systems, mobile fire groups, and electronic warfare units, and that no casualties or damage occurred. Ukraine has denied the attack entirely, calling Russia's allegations as fabricated, meant to derail the progress in the peace negotiations. Despite the denials, Russia says its air defense forces remain on high alert to protect the country's airspace. With both sides trading accusations, the truth of what happened in the skies over Russia remains unclear.
Viewers, in his New Year's speech, Chinese President Xi Jinping boldly asserted that reunification of Taiwan with mainland China is very unstoppable and is going to happen. This comes after PLA's largest ever military drills around Taiwan, known as Justice Mission 2025, concluded. In the meanwhile, Taiwan has vowed to defend its sovereignty. Here's a detailed report. Take a look.
Taiwan on high military alert. Forces deployed. Airspace and waters being closely monitored. Emergency response systems still active. This despite China signaling the completion of its large-scale drills around the island. China's People's Liberation Army says its two-day military exercises have concluded, with several Chinese warships and aircraft beginning to pull back. The drills involved naval maneuvers, air patrols, and simulated strike operations around Taiwan. As the drills wrapped up, Beijing's political message was equally unambiguous. In his New Year address, Chinese President Xi Jinping reiterated China's resolve to reunify Taiwan with the mainland, saying, "The reunification of our motherland, a trend of the times, is unstoppable." He added that the people on both sides of the Taiwan Strait were bound by blood ties thicker than water. Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te has responded firmly, saying Taiwan will defend its sovereignty and democratic system. Lai underlined the need for strong national defense and vigilance in the face of rising military pressure from China. The military exercises come amid renewed cross-strait tensions, following Taiwan's recent political and security moves that Beijing views as edging closer to the United States and its allies. China has repeatedly warned against what it calls external interference. Analysts say the exercises were among China's most expansive shows of force this year, designed to test combat readiness, rehearse blockades, and send a warning not just to Taipei but also to Washington and its allies. While Beijing insists reunification is inevitable, Taiwan maintains that its future must be decided only by its own people. For now, even as Chinese forces scale back their presence, Taiwan remains on edge. Military readiness high, and the Taiwan Strait once again at the center of global attention.
And viewers, as Switzerland rang in the new year, tragedy struck. Instead, a violent explosion followed by a massive fire ripped through a bar at a luxury alpine ski resort in Switzerland during New Year celebrations. Over 40 people are dead. More than 100 people are left injured. Authorities are yet to confirm the exact numbers. Here is a detailed look at what happened as tragedy struck revelers on New Year's Eve.
Several people were killed and others injured after a powerful explosion tore through a bar in Switzerland's luxury alpine resort town of Crans-Montana. Blast occurred around 1:30 a.m. local time at Lake Constellation, a popular tourist bar, as New Year's celebrations were underway.
Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was ich hier kurz nach dem Neujahr. Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was sich hier kurz nach dem Jahreswechsel in Grand Montana in der Bar Le Castellian abgespielt hat. Bis jetzt ist nur bekannt, dass mehrere Tote gegeben hat und mehrere Schwerverletzte. Gewisse Quellen reden von Dutzenden. Was genau passiert ist in der Bar, ist bis jetzt vollkommen unklar. Man weiß nur, dass es einen schweren Brand gegeben hat, der eventuell durch eine fehlgeleitete Pyrotechnik schon ausgelöst worden ist. Bis jetzt geben sich die Behörden zurückhaltend. Sie haben für 10 Uhr eine Medienkonferenz angesetzt. Dass es sich um ein sehr tragisches Ereignis handelt, zeigt der Umstand, dass 2 Regierungsräte daran teilnehmen werden. Es ist auf jeden Fall ein trauriger Start ins neue Jahr hier im Wallis.
Multiple ambulances deployed and air glaciers helicopter mobilized for rescue and evacuation. Cantonal police confirmed fatalities and injuries but have yet not released an official casualty count. The explosion reportedly occurred in the basement of the bar with a capacity of 400 people. Officials described the incident as a major tragedy, drawing comparisons to the 2012 Sear bus crash. Rescue operations are ongoing. The area have been completely cordoned off and no-fly zone has been imposed over Crans-Montana. Authorities are expected to provide their first official briefing at 10 a.m. led by Wallis Cantonal Police Commander Frederick Gisler. As investigations continue and rescue efforts remain underway, Swiss authorities say clarity on casualties and cause of the explosion is expected later today.
And viewers, as India was celebrating and vaulting into 2026, our security forces guard the border around the clock, battling extreme cold, heavy snowfall and treacherous terrain. Troops continue round-the-clock patrols to prevent infiltration. Republic's Arawat Mehraj brings you the ground report from Jammu and Kashmir's Gulmarg. Take a look.
As India celebrates and brings in 2026, the security forces guard the borders round the clock so that the nation and countrymen celebrate and sleep peacefully. In Jammu and Kashmir's Gulmarg sector, special commandos of the BSF remain on high alert. The heightened security measures are aimed at ensuring peace and preventing any untoward incident along the line of control.
This year, Republic Media Network has decided to join the celebrations and other anti-terror operations in the Gulmarg sector with the border security forces. As Firdaus is showing the visuals, these are the visuals from the dense forests of the Gulmarg sector, where you can see that the special troopers of the border security forces have intensified the anti-terror operations in these difficult terrains, where you can see everything is being covered with a layer of snow, and the minus temperature is here. You can see that these forces are having the latest kind of weapons and other clothing to survive in these challenging conditions. But this time, Republic crew has joined in the celebration with the forces. Also, we have seen in the Kashmir Valley that the Operation Mahadev, in which we have seen that the highly trained terrorists were neutralized by our forces. But this time, you can see in these challenging weather conditions how the security forces has remained alert at the line of control areas to other plain areas of the Kashmir Valley.
Speaking exclusively to Republic TV, the BSF Jawans said that the forces carried out several successful operations in 2025, including Operation Sindoor, Operation Keller, Operation Gadar and Operation Mahadev, and stated that they are fully prepared to tackle any situation along the line of control.
आप मुझे बताइए, जिस तरह से हम देख रहे हैं माइनस टेम्परेचर है यहाँ पर, और इस बीच आप यहाँ पर एंटी टेरर ऑपरेशंस को अंजाम दे रहे हैं।
जय हिंद सभी को। यहाँ पे लगभग माइनस के नीचे ही टेम्परेचर रहता है, उसी में हम सरहदों की सुरक्षा करते हैं। जैसे कि इस साल मतलब पिछले साल जो सिंदूर ऑपरेशन हो गया, महादेव ऑपरेशन हो गया, बहुत सारे ऑपरेशन करने का हमें मौका मिला। जैसे कि अगले साल भी हमें ऐसा मौका मिले बढ़िया सा और देश की सुरक्षा करने के लिए। हमारा हर बार जो ऑपरेशन मतलब जो हर बार हम करते हैं बढ़िया तरीके से, इसी अगले साल भी हमें मौका मिलेगा।
इस बीच आप देशवासियों के लिए क्या संदेश देना चाहेंगे, जहां आप इस माइनस तापमान में जो है लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल पर मौजूद है, और क्या कहेंगे देशवासियों के लिए?
देशवासियों ने बढ़िया सा अपना न्यू ईयर मनाना है और सरहदों की सुरक्षा हम पे छोड़ देनी है, जो कि हर साल की तरह मतलब न्यू ईयर जो मनाते हैं बढ़िया तरीके से, वही बढ़िया तरीके से मनाना है और सरहदों की सुरक्षा हम पे छोड़ देना है।
The Jawans said that they are trained to survive in harsh conditions and can operate in forests for several days without food and water if required.
आप बताइए, इन चैलेंजिंग वेदर कंडीशंस के बाद भी आप यहाँ पे ऑपरेशन को अंजाम दे रहे हैं?
हाँ, इधर ये अभी तो हमारा इधर तो बहुत ये बर्फ का है। अभी ये क्लाइमेटिक कंडीशन में भी हम लोग ड्यूटी कर रहे हैं। इधर का हम लोग 24 आवर्स वो ड्यूटी है। हमारे का तो दिन भर LRP पेट्रोलिंग और पहाड़ी चढ़ के हम लोग तो घुसपैठी का तो ये करके हम लोग तो आ रहे हैं। अभी हमारे पास लेटेस्ट वेपन्स है, ओके, सब कुछ है। ये घुसपैठियों का अंदर नहीं आने देंगे, यही है हमारा ड्यूटी।
इस बीच क्या कहना चाहेंगे देशवासियों के लिए, जहां आप लाइन ऑफ कंट्रोल से कुछ ही मीटर्स की दूरी पे अपनी पेट्रोलिंग्स को अंजाम दे रहे हैं, लेकिन इस बीच अगर घुसपैठ करने का प्रयास किया जाता है तो क्या कुछ तैयारी है उसके लिए?
हमारे पास लेटेस्ट वेपन्स है और लेटेस्ट इक्विपमेंट्स भी है, आर्टिलरी वेपन्स और सब कुछ है। इसी के वजह से कोई घुसपैठी अंदर नहीं आ सकता है। और हमारा जवान 24 आवर्स भी इतनी बड़ी कंडीशन में भी, बर्फ़ का कंडीशन में भी हम लोग इधर का ड्यूटी कर रहे हैं। इसी के वजह से बोलो तो कोई दुश्मन अभी तक कोई नहीं आएगा इधर, वो हमारा।
As the nation welcomes 2026, the armed forces are sure that its borders will always remain guarded by the lion-hearted BSF Jawans.
At 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive, we continue our investigation on the Indore cover-up. 13 people have died, and we tell you why political negligence and corruption is the reason why over 1,000 people are, as we speak, in hospitals in different parts of Indore. The full investigation at 7 p.m.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism. To the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration, it is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces.
A very good evening, viewers. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. Indore killer water has led to over 13 deaths, thousands hospitalized. Major lapses exposed. We'll get to all that you need to know, but the headlines first. Let's get started. People dead in Indore after drinking contaminated water. Minister says it was a natural death. Over 100 critical due to contaminated water, but politicians seen dining at events during the time of crisis. Shah Rukh Khan branded a traitor by spiritual gurus for picking Bangladeshi cricketer in KKR. 40 killed, 100 injured in explosion at Switzerland bar on New Year's Eve. Air India pilot offloaded after a smell test just before takeoff in Canada. Viewers, NHRC takes suo cognizance of the reported deaths after consuming contaminated water being supplied in the Bhagirathpura area of Indore district, Madhya Pradesh. We're getting these updates coming in viewers on Republic TV, and as Republic continues its ground reports, a probe and investigation has led to a lot of details coming out, especially about the killer lapses. Which have come out in this case, viewers. Republic is tracking every angle, every story, and getting you what is happening on the ground. Latest coming in, the recent deaths in Indore have escalated into a full-blown crisis. Satya Vijay joins us. Satya Vijay, NHRC is taking suo cognizance of these deaths which have been reported, and Republic TV is getting our viewers back-to-back ground reality. Satya Vijay.
जी हाँ, बिल्कुल। देखिए, इंदौर के भागीरथपुरा में जो घटना हुई है वो बेहद शर्मनाक है, और इस घटना को लेकर ये जो लापरवाही है जिससे कि लोगों की जान जा रही है, इसको लेकर सरकार तो कटघरे में है, संबंधित मंत्री तो कटघरे में है, इंदौर के तमाम नेता और निगम के जो अधिकारी हैं वो तो कटघरे में हैं। कोर्ट ने भी संज्ञान लिया, और अब NHRC राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग ने भी इस पूरे मामले में संज्ञान लिया है। राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग ने चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश को पत्र लिखा है, चिट्ठी लिखी है, और 2 हफ्तों के अंदर जवाब मांगा है। NHRC का साफ कहना है कि आखिर जो मानवाधिकार आयोग जो है उसका काम होता है, और पानी हर मानव का, हर इंसान का एक अधिकार है कि उसे साफ पानी, स्वच्छ पानी मिले, और खासकर इंदौर जैसी जिसे क्लीन सिटी का तमगा है वहां तो मिलना ही चाहिए, लेकिन ऐसा नहीं हो रहा था जिम्मेदारों की गैर जिम्मेदार रवैये के चलते। और इसीलिए अब राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग ने संज्ञान लिया है, चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश से जवाब मांगा है, दूसरी तरफ कोर्ट ने भी स्टेटस रिपोर्ट सरकार से मांगी है। और इस पूरी बड़ी खबर से जुड़ी एक और चीज मैं आपको बताता हूं। देखिए, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि तमाम जो शिकायतें आ रही थी भागीरथपुरा की, जो ग्राउंड रियलिटी है, ये कहा जा रहा था कि कुछ दिनों से ही शिकायत मिल रही है, लेकिन इस पर से पर्दा उठाया है खुद इंदौर के मेयर ने। उन्होंने ये कबूला है कि भागीरथपुरा के लोग 6 महीने से गंदा पानी पी रहे थे, और इसकी शिकायत भागीरथपुरा के लोगों ने सीएम हेल्पलाइन तक में की थी। दूसरी एक और बड़ी बात यह कि 6 महीने पहले ही भागीरथपुरा में नई पाइपलाइन बिछाने के लिए टेंडर हुआ था, लेकिन वो टेंडर आगे प्रोसेस में नहीं आ पाया। इसको लेकर भी जांच बिठाई गई है। तो देखिए, पूरे मामले में जो भागीरथपुरा में लगातार इनोसेंट लोगों की मौत हो रही है, सरकारी आंकड़ा कुछ भी कह रहा हो, भागीरथपुरा के लोग जो कह रहे हैं उनके मुताबिक 13 लोगों की जान जा चुकी है। और इस मामले में सभी जितने जिम्मेदार लोग हैं वो कटघरे में हैं, उनकी भूमिका पर सवाल खड़े हो रहे हैं, और इसीलिए राष्ट्रीय मानवाधिकार आयोग ने भी सोमोट लिया है और चीफ सेक्रेटरी ऑफ मध्य प्रदेश से सवाल जवाब किया है।
Yes, well, thank you for getting us all those details. Republic continues its ground coverage and investigation. Let's move ahead, viewers. I really want to tell our viewers what's been happening so far. In Indore's Bhagirathpura, the water has turned into poison. That is right. Water that was supposed to sustain life, to give life, is snatching life away instead. Days ago, the leakages in water pipelines contaminated drinking water in Bhagirathpura, and before the authorities could even take cognizance, 13 innocent lives were lost, and many remain critical, raising the bigger question: are human lives so dispensable in Madhya Pradesh? Watch this report for more.
एक बुढ़ापे में ये दादा दादी का सहारा उनको खेलने कूदने का एक खिलौना था। इतने साल बाद इनका बेटा हुआ कुछ।
A mother who lost her 6-month-old due to contaminated water.
इनका सहारा तो वही बनेगा ना, मेरा सहारा कौन है सर?
13 deaths. Over 100 hospitalized. Vomiting, diarrhea and dehydration. And the cause the doctors point to? Contaminated drinking water.
इंदौर के भागीरथपुरा में जो कुछ हुआ वो दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है, और उसके बाद जो तस्वीरें सामने आ रही हैं वो बताती है कि सरकार कितनी जिम्मेदार है, वो बताती है कि जिम्मेदार नेता मंत्री कितने गैर जिम्मेदार हैं। आप देखिए, पूरा सिस्टम फेल, नगर निगम की कोई व्यवस्था नहीं, लोगों की शिकायतों की कोई सुनवाई नहीं, गंदा पानी पीने को लोग मजबूर हैं, पार्षद झूला झूलते नजर आते हैं। अभी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस होती है, कैलाश विजयवर्गीय प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर रहे हैं, मतलब वहां पर लोग मर रहे हैं और यहाँ पर पार्टी चल रही है, यहाँ पर बिस्किट चाय बिस्किट चल रहा है। इतनी भी मानवता नहीं है कि एक तरफ लोग गंदा पानी, दूषित पानी, सीवेज मिला हुआ पानी पी रहे हैं और यहाँ पर कॉन्फ्रेंस में चाय बिस्किट और तमाम चीजें कैमरे में कैद हो रही है। साफ बताता है कि ये सरकार जनता के प्रति सजग नहीं है, जनता की इन्हें कोई चिंता नहीं है, शायद इसीलिए इस तरह की तस्वीरें आ रही हैं।
The cleanest city of India, Indore, is marred by allegations of contaminated water. Over 100 people were hospitalized in the past few days, complaining of diarrhea and vomiting. When the local hospitals overflowed, authorities finally took cognizance, and what was discovered was shocking. The water pipeline had leakages, and the people, unaware that the water was contaminated, kept consuming it.
जैसे पाइपलाइन जगह जगह ये फूटी करी तो बोले थोड़ा पानी, बोले थोड़ी पाइपलाइन फूटी हो जाएगा पानी। फिर 2-3 दिन में पता नहीं एकदम ऐसा पानी आया है कि बस बीमारी हो गया। 3:30 बजे से मेरे को जो रात के 10 लगने लगे, फिर सुबह कल 3:30 बजे यहाँ पर भर्ती करा।
आपके घर से कितने लोग बीमार हैं?
2 लोग बीमार हैं।
आपके घर से?
हाँ।
आज मॉर्निंग में उनको एडमिट किया हुआ आएगा।
हाँ।
बाकी उनको डॉक्टर से जैसे ट्रीटमेंट करवाया था, डॉक्टर बोला कि वहाँ पानी का इन्फेक्शन हुआ है।
पानी से?
बिल्कुल।
तो उपचार हो रहा है?
उपचार हो रहा है, पर हम पेट करके दे रहे हैं हम।
In this tragic sequence, Sadhna Sahu lost her 6-month-old.
कितनी बार मैं
क्या शिकायत हुई?
बच्चा नहीं रहा सर।
क्या हुआ था बच्चे को?
उल्टी दस्त हुए थे सर।
कब से हो रहा था ये उल्टी दस्त?
शांत होने की। बच्चा बीमार था, डॉक्टर के पास लेके गए, कोई भी गोली दवाई।
Cabinet Minister Kailash Vijayvargiya had arrived yesterday, and later his councillor Kamal Baghela was seen like this. More than 1,000 remain ill in Indore, many not even reported yet.
दस्त हुए थे साहब।
कब से पी रहे थे गंदा पानी?
अब क्या मालूम, पी तो रहे थे 10 दिन 15 दिन, लेकिन क्या मालूम नहीं पड़ा क्या किया जाए।
कितने लोग भर्ती आपके हैं?
कि मैं तो अकेला ही हूँ साहब, भागीरथपुरा के तो बहुत हैं।
कितने लोग होंगे?
अरे बहुत होंगे, कम से कम नहीं तो 1000-1500 होंगे।
1500।
हाँ।
Protests erupted yesterday as the government remains under scanner. And the people continue to be hospitalized.
इंदौर की इस वक्त की जो तस्वीरें हैं वो वाकई शर्मसार करने वाली, क्योंकि स्वच्छता में नंबर 1 शहर इंदौर में आखिरकार गंदे पानी से, दूषित पानी से तकरीबन 1100 से भी अधिक लोग जो है वो बीमार हो गए। पिछले 24 घंटों से इन्हें ऑब्जर्व रखा गया है। तमाम इंदौर के भागीरथपुरा इलाके के जितने नजदीकी हॉस्पिटल वहां पर पेशेंट भर्ती, लेकिन बताया जा रहा है कि तकरीबन 1 से 1.5 महीने से ये गंदा पानी पी रहे थे। कई बार शिकायतें की गई, लेकिन उसके बावजूद भी किसी भी तरह का कोई अहम कदम उन जिम्मेदारों ने नहीं उठाया।
With multiple deaths and many critical yet, the status of Indore being the cleanest city of India has now been
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी। अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा।
5, 4, 3 S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
ऑटो ट्रैकिंग।
PT driver tracking.
SLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0. All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal. S200 motors ignited. Plus 5 seconds. P1 tracking. S200 motors separated.
Welcome back, viewers. We are live and breaking. Next is Bharat in 1 minute. Let's get started. Getting you more updates coming in. India's Defence Minister Rajnath Singh paid his condolences to former Bangladesh Prime Minister Khaleda Zia at the Bangladesh High Commission in New Delhi. Bangladesh High Commissioner Riaz Hamidullah was also present during the visit, reflecting India's diplomatic outreach and respect following Zia's passing. Kerala police have arrested a 25-year-old man from Assam in Thiruvananthapuram for allegedly spreading extremist ideology on social media. Investigators say the accused was in contact with individuals linked to terror groups in Pakistan and was reportedly planning to procure AK-47 rifles. Further investigation is underway. Communal tension erupted in Uttar Pradesh's Kushinagar after a 24-year-old Hindu youth was stabbed to death, with Muslims youth accused of the case. Administration has placed the area on high alert, with police maintaining a tight vigil as a tense calm prevails. Authorities say a fair and thorough investigation is being conducted. Viewers, New Year celebrations turned tragic. Many people were killed and others injured after a powerful explosion tore through a bar at the luxury alpine ski resort town of Crans, Montana. This is what the Swiss police have said as revelers were celebrating the New Year. We're also getting in some visuals that you see on the screen from the blast spot. Meanwhile, watch this report that has been filed as Republic reports exclusively from the Swiss Alps bar in Switzerland where the tragedy struck.
Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was ich hier kurz nach dem Neujahr. Es muss eine Katastrophe gewesen sein, was sich hier kurz nach dem Jahreswechsel in Grand Montana in der Bar Le Castellian abgespielt hat. Bis jetzt ist nur bekannt, dass mehrere Tote gegeben hat und mehrere Schwerverletzte. Gewisse Quellen reden von Dutzenden. Was genau passiert ist in der Bar, ist bis jetzt vollkommen unklar. Man weiß nur, dass es einen schweren Brand gegeben hat, der eventuell durch eine fehlgeleitete Pyrotechnik-Show ausgelöst wurde. Bis jetzt geben sich die Behörden zurückhaltend. Sie haben für im 10 Uhr eine Medienkonferenz angesetzt. Dass es sich um ein sehr tragisches Ereignis handelt, zeigt der Umstand, dass 2 Regierungsräte daran teilnehmen werden. Es ist auf jeden Fall ein trauriger Start ins neue Jahr hier im Wallis.
Viewers, getting you some updates coming in. Russia has accused Ukraine of carrying out a drone attack on President Vladimir Putin's residence in Novgorod region. On Wednesday, Russia's defense ministry released a video footage of a downed drone, claiming it had been used in the attack. According to the ministry, the attack was targeted carefully, planned and carried out in stages. Take a look.
The enemy's attack, as shown on the map, was carried out in several directions toward the Russian presidential residence over the territory of the Bryansk, Smolensk, Tver, and Novgorod regions, using 91 unmanned aerial vehicles.
Боевая часть данного беспилотника весом 6 килограмм. Остался целым. Тот редкий уникальный случай, когда мы имеем не разорвавшуюся боевую часть, начиненную фугасными элементами, массой 6 килограмм.
The strike formation, the number of airborne weapons used, and their operations from the southern, southwestern, and western directions clearly confirm that the terrorist attack of the Kyiv regime was purposeful, thoroughly planned, and had an in-depth nature.
Moscow also suspects that the attack was an attempt to throw Trump's peace efforts on Russia-Ukraine out of the window. According to Russian officials, there are some elements who do not want Russia and Ukraine to arrive at a peaceful solution.
This is a terrorist act aimed at disrupting the negotiation process, and it's not just aimed at Russian President Vladimir Putin personally. It's also aimed at U.S. President Donald Trump. It's aimed at thwarting President Trump's efforts to promote a peaceful resolution to the Ukrainian conflict.
Well, I know that there are reports from the Russian side that this alleged attack at one of the presidential palaces by drone or drones, it is unclear whether it actually happened. You know, Ukraine is receiving drones and missiles every single night into their capital city. And, you know, all they can do is fight back. And, you know, it seems to me a little indelicate to be this close in a peace deal, Ukraine really wanting to get a peace deal done, and then to do something that would be viewed as reckless or not helpful. So we're going to get to the bottom of the intelligence. And for me, the most important thing is what the United States and our allies' intelligence services say about whether or not this attack actually happened. There are the territory questions, and you know where you draw the line of contact, how much, and both sides need to pull back from that line of contact. Who polices, you know, violations of the line of contact? I mean, that's where it gets very complicated, very detail oriented, and I know teams on both sides are working very hard in the United States, and we're very engaged in that discussion and making sure that it can be an enforceable peace deal, because ultimately, if we have a peace deal that only lasts for days, that's no peace deal.
At 7 p.m. on This Is Exclusive, we continue our investigation on the Indore cover-up. 13 people have died, and we tell you why political negligence and corruption is the reason why over 1,000 people are, as we speak, in hospitals in different parts of Indore. The full investigation at 7 p.m.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध, MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल बनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. I mean, in many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप MDH का जीरा सिप मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा और मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च। प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
5, 4, 3
S200 motors.
plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds.
Auto tracking.
PT drive and tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Performance normal.
There's a magnificent
2, 1, 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
Thank you for joining us on This is Exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. In Indore, 13 people have died, children among them. women among them. And over 1,000 people are in different hospitals of Indore as we speak. And over 5,000 people have fallen ill in the last few days. Ladies and gentlemen, it's killer negligence. In different parts of the country in the last few weeks, people were not able to breathe because the air quality was and continues to be poor as of this evening. And in Indore, Madhya Pradesh, we're getting to the story of how even water is unsafe. Water unsafe. We are reporting live from Indore. We continue our relentless reporting and investigation from Indore. Here are the headlines. Thirteen people die in Indore after drinking contaminated water. Madhya Pradesh government tries to cover up. Minister says it was natural death. He said it could be natural deaths. Over 100 critical due to contaminated water, but politicians seen dining at events during the time of crisis. Some of them just passing their time away as patients struggle for beds. Republic exposes major lapses in the water poisoning case. 6-month-old tenders to lay water pipelines not followed through. They kept blaming each other. Politicians let people die. The truth is on the show tonight. Shah Rukh Khan's Kolkata Knight Riders in a big controversy over hiring Bangladeshi players at a time when Hindus are being targeted. Thank you for joining us on This Is Exclusive. Ladies and gentlemen, starting this edition of the news with a document that has been accessed by Republic TV. My colleague Abhishek Kapoor has accessed a document that shows the complete blame game. All of them have been exposed by Republic in the last few days. We told you how state government knew, officials were told, administration was in the know, but they did nothing to fix contamination of water that killed 13 people, that hospitalized over 1,000 people in Indore. And this letter in our possession right now shows how the politician, the local BJP politician, has written a letter to the Chief Minister, and they're all blaming each other. They're all blaming each other. As Republic exposes the killer negligence, there's an all-out blame game that's broken out within the BJP and within the Madhya Pradesh government. The Farsad, or the councillor there who belongs to the BJP, by the way, who was also seen hosting events as people were being hospitalized, has now shot a letter to the Chief Minister, and in his letter he has claimed that everyone else is to blame. He says officials kept it pending. He says tender was delayed. He says work wasn't completed, and he admits that residents had complained multiple times to the MLA and mayor, and that they even dialed the helplines, but none of it was paid attention to. I mean, none of them in the government in Madhya Pradesh tried to do anything about it. Abhishek has that letter. It shows the blame game. Abhishek, the date of that letter is 30th of December. The day, in fact, the story broke out. And as people were beginning to lose their lives, he smartly writes a letter trying to blame the system. Now, what does this letter tell us, Abhishek? Well, Niranjan, you know, the question is, what is the system? These people are the system. He's a councillor. He's someone who's part of the ruling party, the BJP, in the Indore Municipal Corporation. And he's also the Sachetak, which means he's the whip. And he's writing to the Chief Minister, transferring the onus entirely or in its entirety to the executive wing, which is the bureaucrats, the administration. Now, why are you elected representative of the people? What were you doing all through the build-up? What were you doing when people were complaining, except for cribbing? that you seem to be doing in this letter is what comes out, Niranjan, and the horrific civic mess in India's otherwise seen as most well-governed municipal corporation, because remember, for the last almost a decade, Indore has been getting the award for the cleanest city in the country. And now we have a tragedy panning out where 13 people have lost their lives because of contaminated drinking water, essentially because of the civic mess, essentially because of absolute criminal negligence. And this letter is evidence that everyone was involved. It's just that the political wing is looking at scapegoats given the scale of the tragedy that's panning out, and so transferring the entire blame on the bureaucrats, absolving themselves. This is exactly what should not be allowed if we have to really ameliorate the situation and get Indore out of the crisis that it's going through because of gross criminal negligence that's been profiled and chronicled in this very letter, where there were tenders issued for upkeep and repair of the pipeline, which has led to this poisoning and contaminated water going into the homes and people consuming it, and nothing was done. There was delay. This is complaints, but this is also complicity. Yes. Thank you for that, Abhishek. Abhishek joining us with that letter that was written on the 30th of December. That's exactly 2 days back when all hell broke loose. Tells you how politicians, the same shameless politicians who are seen sitting on swings as people struggle to get a hospital bed and hosted events, throwing lunches and dinners for different people, political guests in Indore. We have pictures of that as well. I'm going across to Vivek joining us live from Indore, and he's been reporting from there. Vivek, आपने कैलाश विजयवर्गीय से बात की, वो यहाँ वहाँ जा रहे हैं, लेकिन सच ये है, और हमारे पास चिट्ठी भी है, सबको ब्लेम कर रहे हैं, लेकिन उनको भी पता है कि सबको पता था 6 महीने शायद 1 साल से पता था कि ये प्रॉब्लम आने वाला है।
बिल्कुल सबको पता था, सबको मालूम था, ये भी पता था कि कितनी बड़ी अनियमितता यहाँ पर हो रही है। टेंडर की भी बात यहाँ पर सामने आ रही है। किसने लेट की, किसने लतीफ़ी कर दी, ये अपने पास है, लेकिन हमारे पास एक सबूत है। ये सबूत उस इलाके का है, इसमें पानी भरा है, इसके ढक्कन खोलते ही इसमें बास आती है, बदबू आती है। तकरीबन 6 से 7 घंटे हो गए इस पानी को लेकर हम घूम रहे हैं और उस इलाके में रहने वाले लोगों से सवाल पूछ रहे हैं। कमल वाघेला जी जो कि यहाँ के पार्षद हैं और इस वक्त काफ़ी मायूस भी हैं इस बात को लेकर कि उनके इलाके में जहाँ पर वो काम करते हैं वहाँ पर इतनी बड़ी घटना हो गई। लोग चाहते हैं कि ये उनके दुख दर्द को बांटें। ये बहुत बड़ी घटना है, पूरा देश खासकर भगीरथ पूरा इसे कहते हैं, लेकिन नाम के ठीक उलट हो गया और ये बदनामी से कम नहीं।
हमारे यहाँ पर पूरे क्षेत्र का सिस्टम जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर था, जिसमें नर्मदा की लाइन, ड्रेनेज की लाइन पूरा कोलैप्स हो चुका था। मैं 3 साल पहले यहाँ पे पार्षद बना, मैंने पहले दिन से तय किया था कि हम पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बदलेंगे। यहाँ पर अभी 30 गलियाँ में ड्रेनेज, नर्मदा, सड़क, यानी लगभग हमने 60% क्षेत्रों को बदल दिया है हमने। और
तो फिर ये कैसे हो गया?
और हमने इसके लिए और भी, मैंने 60% बोला है, 40% बाकी है। मैंने लिखित में दिया है वहाँ पे कि पूरा इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर बिगड़ा हुआ है, ड्रेनेज की लाइनें ख़राब है, नर्मदा की लाइन मिल रही है, पानी मिलता है, लेकिन धीरे धीरे करते हुए एक पिछले जो टेंडर हुए पिछले 6 माह से यहाँ किसी भी प्रकार के काम नहीं हो पा रहे थे।
क्यों नहीं हो पाए, बताएं कारण?
वर्क आर्डर नहीं हो पा रहे थे, टेंडर नहीं हो पाते, एलओई जारी नहीं हो रहे थे।
जिम्मेदारी किसकी?
एसओआर के कारण से।
कौन लोग हैं?
एसओआर निगम के जो बड़े अधिकारी होते हैं, वो
नाम लेंगे उनका?
निगम के सब जो बड़े अधिकारी हैं,
जो के अधिकारियों,
हाँ, और जो लोग करते 4-6 टेबल।
आपने आज चिट्ठी लिखी है मुख्यमंत्री को, क्या इससे पहले आपने लिखने की कोशिश की?
मैंने इसके पहले भी महापौर जी से शिकायत की थी और जहाँ जहाँ काम रुकता था उनका संबंधित टेबलों का नाम लिखा था, जो व्यवस्थाएं, जो अधिकारी होता नाम लिखा था, वो भी जानकारी उनके पास है।
जो गलियों में काम चल रहा है उसी तरीके से जैसे आग लगती है तो कुआं खोदा जाता, कुछ ऐसा नहीं लग रहा?
आपकी जानकारी के लिए बता रहा हूँ कि घटना के पहले ही यहाँ हम ड्रेनेज डाल चुके हैं। यहाँ नर्मदा का जो काम चल रहा है ये इसके पहले ही चल रहा था, हम लाइन डाल चुके हैं इसमें, पर चूंकि क्षेत्र बहुत बड़ा है, हम 100% कोलैप्स हुआ था, हमको पूरा क्षेत्र बिगाड़ दिया था, तो उसको ठीक करने में समय लगता है।
जिनकी मौत हो गई वो तो वापस नहीं आएंगे, लेकिन दुखी तो हैं, लेकिन करना क्या होगा?
निश्चित रूप से
150 से ज़्यादा लोग अभी भर्ती हैं
इस समय। जो हमारे यहाँ के लोग 1250 से ज़्यादा लोग प्रभावित हुए और 300 के लगभग यहाँ की जनता, हमारे लोग हॉस्पिटलाइज होकर लौटे हैं और 147 इस समय भर्ती हैं। 10 लोगों की डेथ हो चुकी है। निश्चित रूप से बहुत गहरा सदमा है, लेकिन सिस्टम को ठीक करना और कहीं ना कहीं जो
डेडलाइन तय की है कब तक ये सब ठीक कर देंगे?
कुछ भी नहीं कर सकते। क्षेत्र बहुत बड़ा है, पूरे क्षेत्र में सिस्टम
आप नहीं कहेंगे तो कौन कहे?
नहीं, जैसे काम लगातार गति से चल रहा है, बहुत घना क्षेत्र है, सारी गलियां बिगड़ी हुई थी, सारे के ड्रेनेज सिस्टम फैलते हैं, यहाँ की नर्मदा लाइनें फैल थी, तो धीरे धीरे हम उसको ठीक कर रहे हैं। एक साथ हम खोद भी देंगे, लोग रहेंगे कहाँ, जाएंगे कहाँ पे, पानी कैसे पिएंगे, और संभव ही नहीं।
तो पानी के लिए भी वैकल्पिक क्या व्यवस्था किया?
अभी हमने करा है कि एक तो नर्मदा का सप्लाई दे रहा हो जो ठीक आ रहा है, लेकिन फिर भी उसमें सतर्कता वापरे। सुबह 5 बजे अनाउंसमेंट करवाते जब नर्मदा होती है कि इस पानी को बॉइल करके पिए, उपयोग करें। साथ में अन्य क्षेत्र की पानी की टंकियों से 50 टैंकर के माध्यम से हम घर घर जल वितरण करवा रहे हैं। साथ में 125 हमारे सरकारी बोरिंग है, उनके माध्यम से पानी जाता है।
ये कब तक चलेगा?
ये रेगुलर, जब तक कि हम श्योर ना हो जाते कि पानी में किसी भी प्रकार की कोई भी मिलावट नहीं है या तकलीफ नहीं है।
3 दिन में रिपोर्ट आनी थी, कुछ फाइंडिंग्स पता चली है? क्या है रिपोर्ट?
इसका ये प्रश्न निगम के बड़े अधिकारी से आप पूछेंगे तो उन चूंकि भेजा,
उनको रिपोर्ट नहीं करते?
मुझे नहीं दिया इसकी जानकारी।
अधिकारी नहीं सुनते आपकी?
नहीं, ये नहीं, ये विषय उनका है, वो जानकारी देंगे, वो लेंगे और आज देना चाहिए उनको जानकारी।
तो आप पूछेंगे उनसे?
बिल्कुल पूछेंगे। हमारे मंत्री जी यहाँ 3 दिन से हैं कि विधायक इस क्षेत्र के, वो पूछ रहे हैं, उसको उनसे बात कर रहे हैं और उनको फीडबैक देंगे उसको।
तो यहाँ पर आपने सुना कि किस तरीके से मंत्री जी कुछ जवाब देंगे, कुछ पार्षद जवाब देंगे, कुछ नगर निगम वाले जवाब देंगे, लेकिन ऐसे में अगर चुप है, कोई खामोश है और जिनके मुंह सिल से गए हैं, वो उस परिवार वाले लोग हैं जो कि चिंता में हैं, जिनके यहाँ से लोगों की मौतें हुई हैं, और वो कह रहे हैं कि भाई हमने वोट किया था इसलिए नहीं कि हमारे यहाँ से जनाजा निकले, हमारे यहाँ से लोगों की मौत हो, बल्कि ये इलाका जैसा नाम था वैसा काम होना चाहिए था। जी,
In fact, Kailash Vijayvargiya is a minister, also looks after Indore in Madhya Pradesh. आपने बात की उनके साथ, क्या बोला उन्होंने? विवेक, what did he tell you? All right, just lost the line there, but I have that sequence there. If I can just play out that sequence of what the minister tried to say. He first tried to, in fact, say that they were natural deaths, because the state government is in a dilemma, because the chief minister says only 4 to 6 died. He said 6, and then the number he said later 9.
जांच हो रही है, किस दिशा में जांच हो रही है?
देखिए, जांच तो जिस दिशा में होती है उसी दिशा में होती है।
नहीं, देखिए कौन सी दिशा तो बताएंगे ना कि अभी तक क्या फाइंडिंग्स हैं।
कौन सी जांच की बात कर रहे हैं आप? यहाँ पानी की जांच भी हो रही है।
पानी की जांच, अभी जो बस्ती से हम लोग आ रहे हैं वहां पर आज भी गंदा पानी हमने देखा है।
नहीं, पानी तो सप्लाई बंद है अभी।
नहीं, सप्लाई बंद है, लेकिन जो टंकी को साफ करने के बाद भी जो पानी स्टॉक हो रहा है उसमें भी गंदगी और बहुत बदबूदार है।
मैं कह रहा हूँ ना, पानी सप्लाई बंद है तो फिर कहाँ से गंदगी आ रही है? पुरानी गंदगी होगी।
लेकिन आज की पानी की बात कर रहे हैं वो।
अरे आज तो पानी सप्लाई नहीं हुआ।
नहीं, उन्होंने इस्तेमाल नहीं किया, वो लोग ये कह रहे हैं।
हाँ, तो कैसे करना? मना किया हमने। अभी पानी का टैंकर का पानी,
वैकल्पिक व्यवस्था क्या है?
पानी के टैंकर लगे हैं, सब दूर
टैंकर लगे हैं। तो जो बस्ती वाले हैं उनको आप कह रहे हैं कि वो टैंकर से पानी लेने के लिए आए?
टैंकर से पानी पिए।
उनके घर तक सप्लाई कब तक हो जाएगी?
अब वो जब तक नॉर्मल कंडीशन नहीं होती जब तक नहीं।
नॉर्मल कंडीशन कितने दिन में हो जाएगी?
अब देख लें, बड़ी बस्ती है और पूरी टीम लगी, कम से कम 200 से ज़्यादा कार्यकर्ता।
ऐसी कोई लिस्टिंग है जहाँ पर लीकेज की बात सामने आई कि कितनी लीकेज है अभी?
अभी एक लीकेज तो बड़ा वाला फाइंड आउट हुआ है, बाकी भी सब दूर जांच चल रही है।
जांच चल रही है। तो यहाँ पर कैलाश विजयवर्गीय ने कहा कि जांच चल रही है, लेकिन जांच की जो आंच है वो यहाँ बस्तियों तक नहीं पहुँच पा रही है। बस्ती वाले सवाल जवाब करना चाहते हैं, वो जानना चाहते हैं कि आखिर हो क्या रहा है। कैलाश विजयवर्गीय ने कहा कि जब तक ये सॉर्ट आउट नहीं होगा तब तक घर तक पानी नहीं पहुँचेगा, तब तक टैंकरों से इंतजाम करने होंगे।
Okay, so that was Kailash Vijayvargiya, the minister who continues to, by the way, try and duck and dodge, saying that water is not even being supplied. Still in denial, the minister who claimed, by the way, that it was natural death. Do we have that soundbite where he said it was natural death? I'd like to play that soundbite. People are in hospitals, people are dying, and he said these were natural deaths. They're under pressure. Keeping a close track on that story, we'll move on now. Ladies and gentlemen, 38-year-old Jinesh, a native of Wayanad in Kerala, traveled to Israel with the hopes of getting a job, a better future. He left behind his job as a medical representative in Kerala and he took up work as a caretaker, believing it would secure stability for his family. But weeks later, those dreams were cut short. In July, Jinesh was found murdered inside the house where he was employed in Israel. And in a neighboring room, the 80-year-old woman he was caring for was also found dead. Now, the circumstances were chilling, and the silence surrounding the case even more so. Now, despite an investigation, Israeli authorities could not establish a clear cause of death, fueling allegation that the duo may have been murdered. And back home, shock unbearable. Jinesh's wife, Reshma, was devastated by the sudden and mysterious loss of her husband, and she too committed suicide. I have Srijit Sadasivan, who's Jinesh's brother, joining us live. Srijit, what really happened in this particular case? When did you get to know, and what kind of help did you reach out for, and did that help come to you?
So still not help is there. We have waiting so many times. We have to call to Indian embassy. Embassies also say Israel's not say anything. Cases in court. We have to justice. What happened? My brother Jinesh still not any response from Israel government. Last 6 months, Reshma's also so many times calling to Indian embassy. Indian embassy is only says any update, no update from Israel government. We want justice. What happened, my brother? Still she is also yesterday suicide, sir.
Really sad story. We'll follow up the story as well. Thank you for joining us on the show. There is Srijit, who was Jinesh's brother, and we'll keep a close track on the story as well. That's all the time we had in this edition. We'll get you all the breaking news updates from Indore in just a few minutes. We have some inputs coming in right now as we speak. We'll get you some updates. Headlines continue. Debate coming up at 8 p.m. Stay tuned.
Back-to-back incidents of Hindus being targeted and attacked, brutally killed in Bangladesh. And now questions are being raised as to why Shah Rukh Khan's IPL team from Kolkata has selected a Bangladeshi player for IPL's next season. We get you the reactions on that, and also how Sachet Parampara on the New Year's Eve were mobbed by frenzied fans. So much so that their car was also attacked. We'll get you all that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra, at 7:30 p.m.
Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why.
And Western hypocrisy. Here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic and was busy encouraging non-democratic forces in the global South. It still does. In many cases, I can point to some very recent ones, where actually everything that you say you value at home, you don't practice abroad. So I do think the rest of the global South will view, the successes and the shortcomings and the responses of other countries. They will also ask themselves which ones of them they relate to, I would argue that in many ways, India, because it's historically been an open society, one very much linked with the world, many countries of the global South are more likely to say the Indian experience is more transposable to their societies than perhaps those of others. So I do think in our progress as a democracy, the fact that for all the challenges that we've had, even at a low income, we have stayed true to the democratic model, which is almost, if you look at our part of the world, we are pretty much the only country that has done that. So I think it's something the West should look at, because if you do want democracy eventually to prevail, it's important the West also embraces successful models outside the West. Well, look, when we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers.
Back-to-back incidents of Hindus being targeted and attacked, brutally killed in Bangladesh, and now questions are being raised as to why Shah Rukh Khan's IPL team from Kolkata has selected a Bangladeshi player for IPL's next season. We get to the reactions on that, and also how Sachet Parampara on the New Year's Eve were mobbed by frenzied fans, so much so that their car was also attacked. We'll get you all that and more on Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita Mishra, at 7:30 p.m.
Hindu after Hindu singled out and killed in Bangladesh. Hindu groups in India question SRK's KKR on Bangladeshi players. Bangladeshi cricketers in Kolkata Knight Riders. Arnab debates at 8 p.m. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रूंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
4 3
S200 motors.
plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cut off. Plus 5 seconds. Auto tracking. PT driver tracking.
PSLV 661 का सफलतापूर्ण उत्थापन प्रथम प्रमोचन मंच से अपने उद्दिष्ट कक्षा की ओर अपना सफर जारी कर चुका है।
Normal.
There's a magnificent
2 1 0.
All L40 engines generating nominal thrust. S139 motor ignited. First stage performance normal.
I will not let you get away with that. I will not let you get away with that. You need to be stopped right now.
From your smartphones to smart televisions, the trending stories are always breaking the internet. And tonight, as we wish you a very, very happy new year and we welcome you into 2026, we've lined up for you the stories that are raging viral online. First up, we have the backlash against Shah Rukh Khan. He is now facing boycott calls, even branded a traitor. Why? Because he has selected a Bangladeshi player for his IPL team from Kolkata. BJP leaders, Hindu seers, even many of citizens are slamming the Bollywood star. Also on the show, we get you how Sachet and Parampara were performing in West Bengal at New Year's Eve when they were mobbed by fans and their car windshield was also broken by the mob. Also, we have a New Year celebration that ended up in a tragedy at a Swiss resort, a luxury ski resort in Switzerland, viewers. And lastly, we'll show you US President Donald Trump making it to the headlines over auctioning a Jesus Christ painting on New Year's Eve. Lots more packed up for you in this edition of Trending Tonight with me, Rakshita. A debate, a storm has erupted over Bollywood star Shah Rukh Khan and his IPL team of Kolkata after the franchisee picked Bangladeshi fast bowler Mustafizur Rahman at the IPL auction for 2026. Now, BJP leader and former UP MLA Sangeet Som has launched a sharp attack calling Shah Rukh Khan a traitor, questioning the decision at a time when reports of atrocities against Hindus and minorities in Bangladesh have been making headlines. Back-to-back incidents of brutal killing of Hindus have made the headlines. And now, viewers, there are boycott calls that are being made for Bangladeshi players in IPL. Spiritual leader Devkinandan Thakur has also reacted sharply, urging Kolkata to not field the Bangladeshi cricketer for IPL's next season. Now, this, of course, we see has become a major flashpoint. First, take a listen into the reactions that have come in.
आपने अभी देखा होगा कि देश में बैठे हुए गद्दार जिन्हें देश ने यहां तक पहुंचाया, देश के लिए उन्होंने आज तक कुछ किया है तो बताओ। शाहरुख खान जैसे गद्दार आज वहां के रहमान जैसे क्रिकेटरों को 9.5 करोड़ में खरीदने का काम कर रहे हैं। मैं बताना चाहता हूं कि पाकिस्तान खेलने नहीं आ सकता तो बांग्लादेश का खिलाड़ी भारत में कैसे खेलने आ सकता है, मैं पूछना चाहता हूं। कैसे आ सकता है वो रहमान वहां हिंदुओं का कत्लेआम करेंगे और शाहरुख खान जैसे गद्दार देश में उन्हें खरीद कर 9.5 करोड़ रुपया देने का काम करेंगे, वो बिल्कुल नहीं चलेगा और भारत की जनता इसे बिल्कुल बर्दाश्त नहीं करेगी।
Shahrukh Khan. And we have senior sports journalist Rakesh Rao joining us on the broadcast. Very good evening, sir. And we've seen Pakistani players being banned for years now, given the the relations and ties and the terror attacks that have been sponsored by the neighbouring state. But now we've seen of late how Hindus have been persecuted in Bangladesh, which has of course angered many from the community, especially the saints, the seers, the Kathavachaks. Everybody in unison are now calling for a boycott. Even some BJP leaders are calling for a boycott of Bangladesh cricketers. What we understand from our IPL sources is that the BCCI has been well in touch with the government, and they say that there is no call for boycott. There's no boycott and there's no ban on Bangladeshi players as such. But how do you read into these reactions that have come in, sir, on a Bangladeshi player being picked up?
See, number one, I think all these people who are making these statements, they are all politicians who are making it. They are just trying to make hay as the sun shines. That is exactly what these guys are doing. They don't have any scruples when they say that. Of course, they're entitled to an opinion, but then let me be very honest. I feel that if you have kept Pakistanis away for a reason, you have never announced it. Nobody says that Pakistanis are banned from playing. All you have actually done is that the franchisees have been told not to pick Pakistani players anywhere, not just the IPL. There are a lot of leagues all over the world where the Indian franchisees have a team. And these franchisees, they don't pick any Pakistani anywhere. Okay, that's one. Secondly, when you look at the Indians, if they have this stand, but any country which is clearly anti-India, the stand is anti-India, they need not be enemy per se, but what they do, their acts are clearly anti-India, anti-Hindu, or whatever you call it, but it's period. I mean, in just one term, it's anti-India. If you see Bangladesh doing that consistently, it is nothing against Rahman. It is nothing against the player. But it is like the country should take a stand and be consistent with that stand. What goes for Pakistan, the same holds true for Bangladesh. So if you have taken that stand, you should have told KKR and all other franchisees not to pick a Bangladeshi player, because this has been going on before that mini auction took place. So you could have and should have done this very clearly, as you have done in the case of Pakistan. So if somebody says that the franchisee should be, if here in the case of KKR, it is Shah Rukh Khan who happens to be the team owner. Now, there is definitely a religious angle attached to it. But imagine if it were not to be KKR, had to be somebody else. Would you have taken the same stand? Probably not such a harsh stand against the owner. But yes, if you have something, when you say that no Bangladeshi should be allowed to play, I'll go with that. I'll go with that, because Indians, if it's a policy, it's an undeclared policy that neither a Pakistani nor a Bangladeshi should play. Stick to it. Be consistent. You can't pick one and drop the other. No, you can't do that, because in both these nations, that the sentiments are clearly anti-India. It's for the world to see, and it's for us to act. Now, how we do it, when we do it, and to what extent we go, it is up to us.
What happens,
because cricket is seen and it is followed, so I think cricket becomes a medium there.
Mr. Rao, we have seen that there have been a lot of Pakistani players earlier also before the ban in Shah Rukh Khan's team. Also, if I'm not wrong, during the Caribbean Premier League auction this year in June, that is all after Operation Sindoor, I think there were Pakistani players who were selected by the Kolkata team, or a Shah Rukh Khan owned franchisee for that league also. And that also had raised many eyebrows. But we do see, sir, I think what you are calling for is consistency, and there should be clarity as to what stand should be taken.
Precisely, Absolutely.
Right, sir.
What I want is that, see, Indians, if it is a stand where the government cannot be seen as, dictating the franchisees, no, they can't do that. But if it is tacitly done, if these guys are told, leave alone the Pakistanis, leave alone the, like any of these Bangladeshis, given the current context, I think we should be consistent, and there's nothing wrong in it. Because it's nothing against the individual player. Let's get this very clear. It is not because he belongs to a certain religion or anything.
Certainly.
He belongs to a country which is anti-India, period. That is enough for us to take a stand.
Right, sir. Many thanks, Mr. Rakesh Rao. Always a pleasure to have you on Republic TV. And viewers, shifting our focus to the other trending story now. This is from Bengal. Chaitan Parampara facing a frightening situation after the NYE performance in West Bengal New Year concert. Now, they were mobbed by an unruly crowd while exiting the venue. A shocking video of the incident has also gone viral. We'll just play that out. It shows fans surrounding their car and smashing the rear glass. We'll just put a nat up if it's available, the audio. Parampara can be heard expressing shock and distress as the chaos unfolds. Just listen in and I'll just tell you more.
Oh shit. Guys, relax. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Happy New Year. Gaya. Oh shit. Guys, relax. Happy New Year.
While they were waving at the fans and recording it, there was a sound that you could hear. That was the rear glass. You can see it's completely broken down. And this video has gone viral and it has sparked outrage online, with netizens strongly condemning the unruly behavior and raising serious concerns about artist safety, crowd control and security arrangements at large public events. And this is not an isolated incident, viewers. From Nidhi Agarwal to Samantha and now Chaitan Parampara, it's starting to feel like a pattern of sorts rather than just one-off moment gone wrong. Nidhi Agarwal was mobbed at the Raja Saab music launch last month. Shocking videos had shown her to be making her own way to the vehicle as fans pushed each other to get closer to her, triggering massive backlash on social media. Now, shocking visuals from Hyderabad also showed how actor Samantha Ruth Prabhu was struggling to reach her car after being mobbed by an overwhelming crowd at a store inauguration in Jubilee Hills. So this raises questions about the security of the people present at the event. This could harm not just the celebrity, but also people around. We've seen stampede situations already very much in the past 1 to 2 years. And even these events might not be as big as, the ones we've seen. But this still raises questions about the celebrities' security and the security of the common people around them as well. All right, viewers, now let's take a quick look at the trends that are running hot on social media today. Indian astronaut Group Captain Shubhanshu Shukla shared a stunning time lapse from space, capturing Earth's ever-changing beauty in motion, reflecting on how no two orbits ever look the same. Group Captain Shukla noted that geography, light, seasons, they all become very, very beautiful. This entire sequence is an unplanned appearance by the moon, drifting into view, turning the visual into what he calls a truly magical moment. New York's iconic Times Square welcomed 2026 with a historic twist as the famous ball rose again, this time glowing red, white and blue to mark America's 250th birthday year. And in the special second ceremony at 12:04 a.m., the Centennial Ball was relit and raised once more as part of a patriotic celebration planned by the Times Square Alliance, One Times Square and America 250. Members of Indian women's cricket team began the new year on a spiritual note, offering prayers at the Mahakaleshwar Jyotirlinga temple in Ujjain. Fresh from their World Cup victory, the players attended the sacred Bhasma Aarti, seeking blessings on the first day of 2026. Netflix briefly crashed worldwide as millions tuned into the midnight watching the first ever episode of Stranger Things. Fans attempting to stream the series finale were met with error messages as the highly anticipated conclusion was overwhelmed the platform, turning the eve into a binge watch frenzy for viewers across the globe. The 1st of January marked not just the new year, but also the 26th birthday of rapper Ice Spice. The Bronx-born artist, whose viral hit Munch launched her into the mainstream, continues to leave a strong imprint on global hip-hop with a distinctive sound and a rapid rise to fame. Ariana Grande reflected on her role as Glinda in Wicked, calling it the most demanding and meaningful performance of her career. Thanking Critics' Choice members for their support, Grande says that the character's journey carries a powerful message, reminding audiences that it's never too late to become an ally and part of the solution in divided times. Thousands gathered across the Tianjin to count down to the new year in a spectacular citywide celebration. The event featured synchronized countdowns with Beijing and Hebei, massive light projections on skyscrapers, drone shows and illuminated riverbanks along the Haifei River. Now, festivities also took place at the ancient town and the Tianjin Drum Tower, marking a grand welcome to the year. Sara Tendulkar has been named as a brand ambassador for Lifestyle, a contemporary lightweight fine jewelry label. Calling the association a natural fit, Sara said the brand reflects The Ministry of Information and Broadcasting has directed the makers of Ranveer Singh's Dhurandhar to mute references to the word Baloch in the film. The highest grossing in the release of the year returned to theatres today with revised edits, and the film explores Pakistan's socio-ethnic ethnic conflicts and terrorism through a blend of fact and fiction. UAE rang in New Year with massive fireworks and drone displays across Dubai, Abu Dhabi and Ras Al Khaimah, aiming to break 5 world records. One highlight saw over 6,500 drone attempts, the world's largest aerial phoenix formation, as celebrations lit up the skies across multiple emirates. Global Korean star K-pop icon BTS have officially confirmed their comeback for 20th of March this year. Now, the group revealed the date through handwritten letters to fans and teased an upcoming world tour. Following the completion of their military service, the announcement has sparked a massive excitement among the fans. A New Year celebration in Switzerland's luxury ski resort of Crans-Montana ended in devastating tragedy. A massive fire tore through the popular Constellation Bar just after 1:30 a.m. local time, at a moment when more than 100 people were packed inside, welcoming the new year. What began with music, laughter and countdowns quickly turned into scenes of panic as thick smoke filled the venue and people scrambled to escape. The chaos left dozens feared dead, more than 100 injured, transforming what should have been a night of celebration into one of shock and heartbreak. Now, Swiss police have been quick to clarify that this was not an attack. It's a devastating fire incident, it says. They say that several dozen people have now been killed, at least 40 of them. The Italian officials suggesting that the toll could be around 40, while more than 100 remain injured. And emergency crews and police units, helicopters were all rushed to the scene throughout the night. The entire area was sealed off and a no-fly zone imposed over the resort. All right, viewers, now we shift our focus to the other trending story. The Trumps officially took over 2026 with their legendary Mar-a-Lago New Year's Gala. Looking decked up in a shimmering silver gown, Melania stole the show alongside a tuxedo-clad Donald Trump. The atmosphere was electric. The President auctioned off a live painting for a staggering $2.75 million. And with high-profile guests like Benjamin Netanyahu and a heartfelt resolution for peace on earth, it was a night of pure luxury, high stakes, politics, and unmatched Palm Beach glamour. In a powerful moment of faith and creativity, a live-speed painter named Vanessa stunned the crowd by bringing a striking portrait of Jesus Christ to life in just minutes. The room fell quiet as the image slowly took shape, brush stroke by brush stroke. Then came the drama. A bidding war erupted and the painting finally sold for a huge amount, all for charity. A moment of art, belief and high-stakes emotion coming together on one stage. Meanwhile, Donald Trump led a charity auction during the Mar-a-Lago New Year's Eve party. He took the charge of this auction himself, standing before the crowd in a tuxedo and calling out the bids one by one. As the price climbed, he lightened the moment with a joke, telling the guests he would even sign the painting if they offered more, drawing laughs from the room. The painting of Jesus kept rising in value before finally selling for $2.75 million, as we told you, with applause breaking out all across the hall. It was bought by Emirati billionaire Hussein Sajwani, capping off a moment that mixed money, faith and showmanship, very much Trump style. All right, viewers, as we come to a close of this episode, here's presenting a glimpse into what lies ahead for us this year, especially the ones that coming in right. The next event that's coming in at Jaipur, very important, that is the Army Day. It is New Year brings a new kind of thrill and a first-hand encounter with the unseen valor of the Indian Army through an event called Know Your Army, more powerful than ever before this time. We will be witnessing the daring paramotor show, the grand performance of the symphony band, the Army Dog Show as well, and experiencing the modern power of the Indian Army up close. So mark your calendars and save the dates. Watch this video to know more, and thanks for watching.
Neither air nor water safe for Indians. Republic exposes the systemic corruption that killed children. The big Indore cover-up has crumbled. On the Debate with Arnab at 9 p.m. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Amity has been ranked India's #1 not-for-profit private university for 11th year, with top 10 ranked institutions in management, engineering, biotech, law, masscom, telecom, hospitality, fashion and more. Yet another top ranking for Amity University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला। MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल। ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े। क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
When we look out at the world, Samir, we look for partners. We don't look for preachers. Engaging America has become more complicated. You all know why. Having a neighbor that is an epicenter of global terrorism.
India in 2025 saw many international diplomatic moments of India's External Affairs Minister, Dr. S. Jaishankar, who literally turned international politics and the diplomacy that comes with it into an art of savage roasts. From jeering comments on Pakistan to calling out Trump and Western hypocrisy, here are the top roast moments of the year 2025, where Jaishankar served cold but harsh truths month by month.
All big countries are unique to an extent, but we would certainly hope, to the extent we think of democracy as a universal aspiration, ideally a reality, but at least an aspiration. It is in large part because India chose a democratic model after independence. And it chose a democratic model because we had fundamentally a consultative, pluralistic society. Now, there was a time, and I have to say this in all honesty, where West treated democracy as a Western characteristic.
As Karnataka and Kerala fight over encroachers, Republic investigates the truth about political encroachment. The Bengaluru investigation on Arnab's debate at 8:30 p.m. Co-powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
पैसा लगाना है तो सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम पे लगाओ। डूबेगा नहीं, जलेगा भी नहीं, कोई खा नहीं जाएगा, धोखा नहीं देगा, ऊपर नीचे भी नहीं होगा, सेफ रहेगा, सिक्योर्ड में मिनिमम 30 साल का रिटर्न देगा। अब इससे बेटर इन्वेस्टमेंट है तो बताओ। सेंचुरी प्लाई क्लब प्राइम, रहो बेफिक्र।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
मेरी चिमनी टूट जाएगी। What are you doing?
रानी, इस घर में कुछ है जो टूटता नहीं।
ये पिलर कभी नहीं टूटेगा। रुंगटा स्टील TMT से बना।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
AR Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
5, 4, 3.
S200 motors.
Plus 20 seconds.
Lift off normal.
L40 stages are ignited. Plus 5 seconds. Plus 20 seconds. First stage performance normal. L40 stages thrust cutoff. Plus 5 seconds. After 10.
Hindu after Hindu singled out and killed in Bangladesh. Hindu groups in India question SRK's KKR on Bangladeshi players. Bangladeshi cricketers in Kolkata Knight Riders, Arnab debates at 8 p.m.
Okay, we have to get down again. It's a missile. It's a missile has been fired. As you can see on the screen, there are missiles which
showing you. Alisha has been exclusively reporting from the ground zero that this was the Iron Dome system that has just now fired another missile. So these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing on the Republic Media Network, that Iron Dome system working.
This is the constant for rockets that has been fired, and we have been trying to show you the visuals. This is the most powerful and the sophisticated Iron Dome which is being placed here in the many of the places, and this is something has been helping Israel to intercept the rockets that has been fired.
As Karnataka and Kerala fight over encroachers, Republic investigates the truth about political encroachment. The Bengaluru investigation on Arnab's debate at 8:30 p.m.
এই মুহূর্তে একজন অসুস্থ হয়ে পড়েছে পুলিশের লাঠির ঘায়ে। এই মুহূর্তে মুখ ফেটে গেছে এই মুহূর্তে। এই মুহূর্তে আমাদের কাছে গেরুয়া এই মুহূর্তে যে অবস্থা, বেধড়ক লাঠিচার্জ করলো মমতা বন্দ্যোপাধ্যায়ের পুলিশ।
नहीं बिल्कुल आप रखिए, आप बिल्कुल रखिए। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया आपका।
Neither air nor water safe for Indians. Republic exposes the systemic corruption that killed children. The big Indore cover-up has crumbled. On the debate with Arnab at 9.
So these are the exclusive visuals that we are showing on the Republic Media Network that Iron Dome system working.
This is the constant for rockets that has been fired, and we have been trying to show you the visuals. This is the most powerful and the sophisticated Iron Dome which is being placed here in the many of the places, and this is something has been helping Israel to intercept the rockets that has been fired.
From the Republic Media Network headquarters, it's time for Arnab Goswami on the debate. Arnab Goswami on the debate.
On the show tonight, Shah Rukh Khan's KKR in a huge controversy over its multi-crore deal with a Bangladeshi cricketer at a time when Hindus are being killed in Bangladesh. At 8:30 p.m. tonight is the Kerala government trying to do politics in Karnataka over an encroachment. The politics in his cricket team in the IPL. It's not. For far too long, these Bollywood types have got away saying, we are above politics. Well, first of all, that's a statement I'm unwilling to take at face value. They're not above politics. But most importantly, they're not above national interest. Hindus are being asked to look away. Shah Rukh Khan takes Bangladeshi players into the team. We are told, don't outrage about it. Don't feel bad about it. Forget that Deepu Chandra has been lynched by a mob in Bangladesh. Forget that Amrit Mondal was lynched by another mob in Bangladesh. Forget all of this. Forget the fact that Hindus are being targeted in a systematic manner in Bangladesh. And while all of this happened, ladies and gentlemen, and has been happening, Shah Rukh Khan has not spoken about any of this when this was happening. He chose to maintain a strategic silence about this. First of all, Shah Rukh Khan should talk about Hindus being lynched in Bangladesh, being beaten, burnt alive across the border only because they are Hindus. Now, if you have a cricketing franchise based on business, branding, and cricketing optics that the nation wants to know, where is your conscience? Shah Rukh Khan's Kolkata Knight Riders has roped in Bangladeshi pacer Mustafizur Rahman for IPL 2026 at a staggering 9.2 crore rupees. That is the highest amount paid to a Bangladeshi player in the history of IPL, ladies and gentlemen. Mustafizur Rahman has played for 6 IPL teams, including Mumbai Indians, Rajasthan Royals, Delhi Capitals, CSK, and now Kolkata Knight Riders. First of all, Kolkata Knight Riders has made him the most expensive Bangladeshi player in IPL history. Does Shah Rukh Khan not know? Do those IPL people not know what is happening to Hindus in Bangladesh? Can they take no decision? How long will they say, will the government decide, let the BCCI decide? In any case, after 26/11 happened, Pakistani players were barred from IPL. Yet, the nation would remember in the inaugural season, KKR, Shah Rukh's KKR had the highest number of Pakistani players in the league. 4, Mohammad Hafiz, Umar Gul, Shoaib Akhtar, Salman Butt. All of these players played for KKR. And why is Shah Rukh Khan not talking about Bangladesh? But in 2014, he had no problems talking about Palestine. He said, the killing of and killing by little children will solve nothing for the victims or the victims of the victims. Prayers, peace, Palestine. So he will speak for Palestine. But he will remain silent on Bangladesh. He spoke about secularism in 2015. Not being secular in this country is the worst kind of crime you can do as a patriot. Nice big lectures on secularism, on Palestine. Not a word on Bangladesh. Today, Hindus are being lynched, burnt, humiliated, and driven out of their homes. Bollywood, many people in Bollywood have spoken. I don't know if Shah Rukh Khan has put out a tweet, a statement, or a word. All Bollywood people must know their wealth, their stardom, their empires are built by Indian audiences. Shah Rukh Khan is part of the billionaires club. Now you make movies, Pathan, Jawan, driven by nationalism, the army, Indo-Pak conflict narratives. But when it comes to speaking, when it counts, you're silent, absolutely silent, and that silence hurts more. Remember, viewers, this is not about Shah Rukh Khan. I couldn't care less about the 60-plus Bollywood group. This is not about some left-arm pacer or IPL auction table. This is about priorities. This is about choices. This is about what matters. What matters? In this country, we must proudly start saying, asserting that Hindu lives matter. This is about humanity. We must be a hard state, taking a tough position, irrespective of religion, irrespective of borders, irrespective of the false notions of political neutrality. Ladies and gentlemen, Bollywood uses nationalism to rake in money. It uses a slight dose of real-life events as a backdrop and creates fiction around it, like Durandar. I'm told that in this film, Durandar, they used a clip of mine reporting 26/11. I haven't seen the film, but I dare Bollywood to make a real story about 26/11, not a semi-fictional account or a near-fictional account. I dare Bollywood to take a position on issues like Sengar and Bangladesh and tell people the reality of what happens there. Raw, as it should be. And I would ask Bollywood to answer an elementary question. Humanity can't wait, cricket can. Now you may say, what wrong is that Bangladeshi player done? Maybe individually nothing. But when you have an opportunity to send a message, an opportunity to take a position, an opportunity to say, I'm willing to lose everything if required, or lose a little bit of what I've got from this country, to make a larger point, to send a message that we are all together as a nation. Then if you choose to do nothing in moments like this, controversies will happen. Ladies and gentlemen, false sense of neutrality cannot work. This debate will extend into whether we should play in multilateral tournaments with Pakistan. I believe we are a hard state, we should not. It's obviously the responsibility of the state as well to take clear positions on this. But it is, I repeat, also the responsibility of citizens with a conscience. Do spread this, share it with others, and tell me what you think. Let's debate.
Hindu after Hindu singled out and attacked in Bangladesh. Khokon Das, the latest to be brutally attacked. Stabbed repeatedly and then doused with petrol, set ablaze in a horrific act of violence. Across the border in India, there is anger.
एक बांग्लादेशी क्रिकेटर है, मात्र एक, जो आईपीएल में खरीदा गया है। और जानते हो किसने खरीदा है? यही रहता है तुम्हारी बंबई में। हमने सुना उसका प्रेम ऐसे ही लोगों से बहुत है जो हिंदुओं को दुख दे। लेकिन आज इस कथा में बैठकर हम उससे ये कह देना चाहते हैं, अगर तुम्हें हिंदुओं से प्रेम है, अगर तुम्हें भारत से प्रेम है, और अगर हिंदुओं के मरने का दुख तुमको भी है तो मिस्टर KKR उस खिलाड़ी को, बांग्लादेश के खिलाड़ी को अपनी टीम से निकाल के बाहर करो। अगर वो खिलाड़ी तुम्हारी टीम में रहा तो मजबूर हो जाएंगे हम तुम्हारी टीम का बहिष्कार करने के लिए और उस खिलाड़ी को भारत से बांग्लादेश वापस भेजने के लिए।
Hindu leaders have flagged concerns of KKR signing Bangladeshi cricketer Mustafizur Rahman. Sold at a record 9 crore rupees, now a star draw in the Kolkata team.
Okay, we open the debate tonight. Chandrasekhar Luthra, Atul Vasan and Advocate Tausif Rahman are on one side. We have Ratan Sharda and Rakesh Rao with us as well. So, Atul, to start with you, obviously Shah Rukh Khan knows what's happening in Bangladesh, right? He knows that Hindus are being killed in Bangladesh. And there is an opportunity. He's spoken on Palestine, he's spoken on secularism, he's spoken on all these issues, right? And the movies also are on India-Pakistan subtext, national security nowadays is a kind of theme, Pathan, Jawan, Durandar, all these things, because they sell, even if they are 99% fiction, right? But when it comes to a Bangladeshi player, you have an opportunity to send a message. You know the headlines that's going on. You know what's been happening to Hindus, not now, but for months now. You can make a choice. You can send a message. Why don't you?
Yeah, I agree with you on certain bit, but the way it's been escalating in the last week, 10, 20 days, I'm sure he's going to take this call, but aren't we jumping the gun? Because I am also a nationalist. I was asked to go to Bangladesh a month ago to do the Bangladesh Premier League. I didn't feel right going there. And I just wondered, why is this country turned thankless? Because we are the ones that changed that country from East Pakistan to Bangladesh. And suddenly this kind of thing happening is also baffling for me. And I think before that, there's a lot to be said. If we have to take a call against Bangladeshis, there are 10,000 Bangladeshis living around my house. And they're everywhere. So I think the government must be doing a lot of things.
No, see, let's be fair on one point here. Let's be fair on one point here. Let's be fair on one point here. One minute. Rakesh, no, 1 minute. Let's be fair on one point here. Things have escalated, but this has been escalating for a while, and I don't think that we can all believe that we are in a vacuum out here, right? Deepu Chandra was lynched by a mob in Bangladesh within a couple of days of the IPL auction, which happened on December 16th, I think. Now, you can say, but Deepu Chandra was killed later, Amrit Mandal was killed later, why are you blaming us? But now that you've taken the player, you can send a message by saying, I'll substitute the player with someone else. I'll go back and write to the BCCI or to the IPL, right, Rakesh, that in the prevailing circumstances, it may not be appropriate, right? So they can, Shah Rukh Khan can retrace his steps, maybe. Rakesh, what do you think?
Arnab, first of all, see, each one of us is entitled to an opinion, and here's mine. Number one, KKR signing up one guy, I'm sure, like we have seen that if it were to be, say, if we take the example of 100 last March, where Indian franchisees were tacitly told not to pick a single Pakistani players. It can't be proved otherwise. It has to be tacit. It can't be expressed. Number one, if the same thing had to happen this time in this mini auction, I'm sure things would have been different. Now that that hasn't been taken, and KKR in its wisdom took that decision. I'm saying KKR took that decision. Of course, it's owned by the man who happens to be Shah Rukh Khan. But here, if we are adding a religious tinge to it, saying that he belongs to the same community or follows the same religion as Mustafir, I think it's taking things too far. Let's take it.
No, but that's not the subtext at all. It doesn't matter what Shah Rukh Khan's religion is out here. One minute. Rakesh. The issue here is, it doesn't matter the religion of the owner, right? It is the fact that the individual is the owner, and it builds up the whole big issue of whether Bollywood or celebrities owe it to take a position that is congruent with national interest. It is not about the religion of Shah Rukh Khan. It is not about the religion of the player. It is about what is happening in Bangladesh and a possibility of sending a message. That's all, Rakesh.
Arnab, here the point is that what I was trying to say was, this is nothing against, there's nothing personal against the player. All I'm trying to say is the team thought there was a need to buy one, they bought one. Now they can always retrace their steps. That is one.
Yeah.
Number two, when we talk about Bangladesh or Pakistan, we all are aware that it is a completely an anti-Indian wave that is sweeping through that country. We have to take a call. We can't be giving assurances to people, and the message has to be sent loud and clear. If you can keep Pakistanis
That's all I'm
away
saying.
from it, let's keep Bangladeshis away because
I do not understand why we are putting sports or playing cricket above the nation. I do not understand this compulsion. I have never understood this compulsion.
On this cricket and our unwritten thing is cricket and cricketers should not suffer.
Arnab, you have also chosen cricket as a topic for this.
Remains the most
there are other things
ridiculous
that
point
we are
ever.
having with Bangladesh. There are hate crimes against Indians in America also, and but we still go down to America for various things. So you have chosen cricket as a point to make for this Bangladesh crisis.
Absolutely.
I think
Yes, I have, and I'll tell you, Atul, I have taken it because no, it's not about throwing one Bangladeshi out.
Yeah.
It is about sending a message.
Well, we have got many
It is
other
about
messages.
standing up with your country. Now, what happens is, Chandrasekhar Luthra, I want to go to you. If every individual says, I am a private citizen, I have private interests and private priorities. Now, therefore, I can do something completely not in my country's interest, including give the highest ever fee that any Bangladeshi player has got in history in the IPL. Then you're completely sending a message, Chandrasekhar Luthra, that listen, I'm KKR. I'm Shah Rukh Khan, I'm KKR. I don't care what happens. Right? Tomorrow the question would be that if Shah Rukh Khan were to be anti-Israel, given that he has spoken of Palestine and therefore I would presume he's concerned about what's happening in Palestine. Right? In that given situation, would he equally say, I'm going to take Israeli players into my team if they were to be playing cricket? So there are occasions when politics is brought into decisions. There are occasions when we choose not to bring it into decisions. Mustafir Rahman's issue has gone viral today. Everybody is talking about it, not only Republic. Then what is going on? Why did we need to do this now? And okay, it's been done now, but things are bad now. Let's peacefully tell him, okay, we'll pay some damages to you, let you go, we'll bring some other player instead. What's wrong? Why can't it be done, Chandrasekhar?
Arnab, first of all, you have to understand that a player is not picked just by the owner. It is not. Can I say something?
Can I hear one person, please? Audio, please.
Yeah. So let's understand the process. It is not the Shah Rukh Khan. It is obviously the entire team, the scouts, who are obviously chasing some players, and they have obviously, there were auctions. They have put a price on player, and other teams were also chasing him. It is not just that Shah Rukh has said 9.2 crores and the deal is sealed. No, there were different teams who are chasing this player, and obviously because of his brilliance, because of his left arm seaming capacity, he has got this much of money. One. Second, when we are talking about a particular, obviously 2 months back, if you remember, you're calling us every day and saying that Indian team should not be playing Pakistan, they should not be shaking hands. Then you should have been calling Mr. Jaishankar today with us. Why did he shake hands with the Pakistani Assembly Speaker? Obviously, you won't do that. Number three, if there are lynching, then obviously there are right-wingers on the both sides. India is lynching Muslims, Christians. What kind of signals are we sending? And same thing is happening on that side. We condemn, we have to condemn the both
strong
sides.
Protest.
And last but not the least.
Strong protest.
And if, listen, let me speak, let me finish first of all.
You cannot
and last thing is,
if you are setting
up, listen
lynching and all, who are you?
Yeah,
how can you start comparing Bangladesh in India?
You are a bloody Bangladeshi.
What kind of
you are a right winger. You must be doing all this.
Right winger. What do you mean by right winger?
Let me speak first.
What kind of lynching are you talking about? Where is the lynching in India? You're talking about Bangladeshi comparing them to India.
You conduct a debate.
You cannot make nonsensical arguments. Make a sensible argument. Okay? You don't come here and put your Islamic agenda on us.
Who is this guy?
Chandrasekhar,
This
you
is
got
a cricket debate, and let me say.
Yeah.
first,
So why did you use the word? Why did you use the word right winger like an abuse? Suppose he's a right winger. What's wrong with that? No, why were you trying to abuse him, Chandrasekhar? Why did you try to abuse him? Because his point of view is inimical to yours.
No, he has no sense of proportion.
And tomorrow,
How can he compare
Bangladesh
Bangladesh
to host the Commonwealth Games and Olympics? Then you should go and tell these right wingers that we can only allow the
There is a thing called right winger. There are nationalists and there are
people who are
anti-nationals.
close to us. We will not allow any Muslim country, will not allow any Christian countries. What are you talking
Why
about?
should Chandrasekhar?
What are you talking about?
Chandrasekhar, why should film distribution? Allow me 1 minute. I'll let Ratan Sharda come in. My question is, why should film distribution, commercial interests, cricket games and sponsorship override national interest? It's as simple as that. Then I would also request Bollywood, 1 minute, Chandrasekhar, by that logic, I would say, 1 minute, I don't see these films. I would request Bollywood to not make national interest, India-Pakistan, our strategic interest, the Indian army, the military, previous wars, conflicts that India has had, right? A subtext or a theme to sell their badly made movies, which are anyway embarrassing. When you come and, when you have that kind of like that, Deepika Padukone and Shah Rukh Khan pretending to be players in some geopolitical drama, when you have this Dhurandhar version of geopolitics, I would request you then Bollywood should say, listen, we are out of all this. We'll only make Boy Beats Girl dancing behind the trees kind of movies. Don't do this. Don't use the nation when it matters to you, and don't use the nation when it matters to you, and refuse to acknowledge national interest when it hurts you. Ratan Sharda is on the debate. That's what I had to say.
Arnab, first of all, let us not make it a Hindu-Muslim issue.
It's not a Hindu-Muslim issue. It's a national interest.
Can I speak now? Can I speak now? You have made your wise comments about me. Can I speak now? You have spoken already. You have showed your color. Can I speak now?
We can talk about the Hindu Talibanism. We are reducing our countries to Hindu Talibans. We are the...
You don't use Shashi Tharoor's words here on my program.
He has come here wearing a cap. What kind of language is Arnab? Who is this person?
His name is Chandrasekhar Luthra. He's been a sports journalist. He's using the phrase of Shashi Tharoor, who goes around with his application to the BJP every morning, I think, nowadays. Yeah. Ratan Sharda.
Now, can I respond?
Yeah.
Yes. See, this is not question of Hindu-Muslim. This fellow is making a Hindu-Muslim. Because we have enough idiots in Bollywood making movies which are pro-Pakistan, anti-Indian, which show Hindus as terrorists and show Pakistanis as very sympathetic people who are trying to oppose terrorism. So I will not get into that. This is the issue of whether you believe in your nation's self-respect and pride, whether you pay respect to the human rights of minorities in Bangladesh. That is a key question. And for people who are giving lecture on politics and sports, he forgets that the South African cricket team was banned for years together, not allowed to play. Many nations refused their cups, refused their international tournament because South Africa was playing. And it was totally isolated. Now, are you saying that that is wrong? Are you saying this? And are you saying that Salman Khan and this KKR...
Okay, we have some callers, I think.
Tosif. Did they speak up when Bangladesh was killed?
Tosif.
They spoke of Palestine.
No,
they don't even know what Bangladesh is. What kind of national is this that you will keep speaking about Palestine?
I can't. Bad audio. I'm going to get Atul on the right. Yeah.
You are liberal then? Set a sport field, make money out of India. You are not embarrassed? When same players are taken to India, when they were boycotted,
Atul Vasan.
Were you happy when I came here, made money and then laughed at from the Pakistani places? When they still with
No, Atul, I'm opening the lines. I've got Sashta from Coimbatore calling this evening. Sashta, is that your name? Sashta from Coimbatore, can you hear me?
Yeah. Good evening, Mr. Arnab. I'm calling from Coimbatore.
Yeah.
See, my view is this. My view is this that... am I audible?
Yeah, you're loud and clear, yeah.
Yeah. See, my view is this, that the sports and politics and governance should be kept two different issues. They shouldn't be mixed up, first of all. These two are two different fields, right? You will have a number of reasons. Please allow me to say what I want to say. And another thing, kindly note, we Indian government have you treated the religious minorities with respect, kindness, and regard? Have you done that? You have cases in Gujarat state government who released the prisoners who were convicts, who participated in murders of the religious minorities. And here also, recently...
So, Sashta, you think we should let the Pakistanis also play, is it?
Pardon?
You're saying let the Pakistanis also play in IPL?
Yes.
You're saying we should play one-to-one matches with Pakistanis also?
I am telling you...
Sashta, that's too secular. Sashta, this concept of... this is not secular. National interest, Sashta. Come on. Sashta, come on now. Yeah, Chandrasekhar. National interest, Sashta. If we don't use an opportunity to send a message, when will we?
I don't even have much respect for that word. Let me tell you, as a citizen, I feel you should keep the sports as one and governance and politics as a different
Not
issue.
possible today, Sashta. It's all mixed up. Atul, can you do that?
Killed, monitors and burnt alive.
Atul, can you do that?
This is laughable. You know, and you're quitting Pakistan and Bangladesh also is a bit immature and premature right now. But what this gentleman is saying is ludicrous.
Okay, 1 minute. Everybody has the right to have their say on my program. Robert from Hyderabad. Robert, hi.
Yeah, hi Arnab. I'm a huge fan of your debate.
Thank you.
Okay? It's a wonderful program. Now, this particular debate about my Hindu brothers who have been lynched and killed and, humiliated in Bangladesh, okay? And we got them freedom. So there is no way we have to take them. Sorry.
So that's the point. I'm also very progressive.
The people being killed in Bangladesh, they don't have even enough heart to speak about the people being killed in Bangladesh.
Also...
These are human rights.
Correct. So
one-sided human rights, myopic view of the animosity.
So Robert actually agrees with you, Ratan Sharda. I'm getting Gopalan from Chennai. Gopalan.
Yes.
Arnab, this is a very, very sensitive debate.
Yes.
Very close to my heart. And I'm glad you're bringing it up on your national channel. Are you hearing? Can I go ahead?
Loudly, yeah, go on. I don't know why you're surprised when I listen. People nowadays, whenever I'm quiet for 10 seconds, ask me whether I'm feeling all right.
It's not that. It's such an important debate.
Yes.
See, I think I agree with you that you have opened the Pandora's box by saying that Bangladeshi players should not be included, and Shah Rukh Khan has taken him in KKR. But I think we should look at the larger picture also, that even we should not be playing against Pakistan. The under-19 is playing against Pakistan. The Indian women are playing against Pakistan. The India World Cup is going to be played against Pakistan. So I think you should open it and extend it to a larger, because
I am told, Gopalan, the government told us that Operation Sindoor is on. And I said, if Operation Sindoor is on, how are Turkish planes with Turkish pilots and Turkish crew flying from Sambhaji Nagar to Delhi? 56 flights within 2 days. I'm told Operation Sindoor is on. Then why are we playing under-19 cricket and this and that? I mean, you can't have a stated position in May which you conveniently forget, in January. I'm only reminding people who need to be reminded. Thank you for that, Gopalan. Last caller, R. Srinivasan from Chennai. Yeah, Mr. Srinivasan.
Hi, Arnab.
How are you, sir?
Great, and I'm one of your lakhs and lakhs of persons who are member in this collective.
Thank you, sir.
I forgot it.
Thank you, sir. Nationalist Collective.
Now, Nationalist Collective. And I would just ask a simple question with regard to Mr. Vijay Kumar or someone, or even Mr. Atul Vasan.
Atul Vasan.
Yeah.
Put him on there. Yeah.
See, my question is, nation comes first, Arnab.
Correct.
Yes. How do they think that we can play with Bangladesh or play with Pakistan? It is horrible. How do they?
I know what compulsions
this guy,
they have.
I just forgot his name, with a cap.
Yeah, Chandrasekhar Luthra.
Yeah, Chandrasekhar Luthra. He is asking all sort of things to Mr.
Ratan Sharda.
Ratan Sharda, with regard to right winger, left winger. What is this? If you are a Hindu, you cannot support.
Luthra comes from Pakistan, where his family must have suffered a lot during 47.
Absolutely.
Imagine we were playing hockey at that time with Pakistan. Would be happy?
And you are the only nationalist, huh? You are the only nationalist.
Did I say that?
When you lynch people, you are
Did
not.
I say that? When you said that Hindu, if it was minority lynched in India, you should have been ashamed.
Even make your
You
own
don't
team
even know
of
minorities are
Jaishankar.
prospering.
Luthra.
You are making it Hindu-Muslim. I clearly
No,
said
it's not Hindu-Muslim.
Don't call any Christians. Don't call any
I called out
Muslims.
Bollywood producers.
This is
who
the
make such
kind
movies. I
of
didn't
this
say
is the
it's a
kind of
Hindu-Muslim issue.
foreign
You made
policy
it.
you are
I
adopting
didn't
to.
make it Hindu-Muslim issue.
You have
You
made
made it.
everybody your
I said
enemy.
it's not Hindu-Muslim issue. I clearly said
You only
Bollywood
had
is enough
problems with
idiots
Pakistan. Now
who
we
will
have
support
problems with
Pakistan and
Bangladesh,
oppose
with
India,
Nepal, with
making
everybody.
mythical movies about
Our neighbors.
friendly Pakistan spies.
What kind of
and you are
foreign
making it
policy is
Hindu-Muslim.
this?
Did I make
What
it?
kind of people are you?
Because you have a closed mind.
I'm so
You don't
ashamed
even
of
know
you.
what your
People
forefathers
having
suffered in
people like
Pakistan
you in our
partition.
country.
You don't know that. Then
I know everything.
When you came
I have
to
been-
India,
I have been
you don't even
following
remember that.
politics
So at
and
that time, should have played
cricket
hockey and
and
cricket with them?
more than 4
Would you be
decades.
happy at that
I'm
time?
not
Because you are not
illiterate,
heard now.
illiterate like
You will say that there is nothing to do with Bangladeshi Hindus.
You have reduced our country to
Okay, I just can I close with a comment, and my comment is this: 1 minute. It is not if you are saying that I will speak up for Palestinians, and you say don't make it a Muslim versus non-Muslim issue, then I would say also speak up for Hindus in Bangladesh. Don't make it a Hindu versus Muslim issue.
Everybody is concerned about that.
Also speak up for Kashmiri Pandits.
You have to be concerned about
If you are going to speak up for urban Naxals, and some of you are going to celebrate for after security forces are killed in Dantewara, also celebrate when Maoists are being killed. So I'm saying let's be real on this. Okay, so I thank everyone. I wish everyone a great new year. Atul, Chandrasekhar, and everyone else, Ratan Sharda and Rakesh Rao. Ladies and gentlemen, my next news story that I'm looking at is on the face complicated, but the messaging is very simple. Here it is. The Congress party, which has always criticized Yogi's bulldozer action, did something very curious last week. In Karnataka, where they are in power, they unleashed bulldozers in Bengaluru to remove 150 families, most of whom they claim were encroachers. Now, recently, the LDF, that is the left, has been on the back foot in Kerala. And for some strange reason, the Kerala government, which has lost recent elections, local elections in Kerala, and realizes it may be losing power to the Congress party next time, has now declared war on the Congress Karnataka government, even sent its MPs and MLAs to Bengaluru to expose how anti-minority the Congress government in Karnataka is. So far, we heard about appeasing infiltrators. Now we are hearing about appeasing encroachers. #encroacher appeasement. Republic decided to investigate. And this is the truth about political and encroacher appeasement that these parties will never tell you. Let's see this.
20 kilometers from the Bengaluru International Airport, in a city that is rapidly expanding, this little-known Kogilu layout has become the center of a battle between two states. Home to 90% Muslim migrants from different parts of the country until last week, now bulldozed by the Congress government.
Karnool state mandi Ralasima Jagan Mohan Reddy Chandrababu Naidu
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ವೋಟರ್ ಐಡಿ ಎಲ್ಲ ಇದೆಯಾ ಎಲ್ಲಿದ್ದು
ಇಲ್ಲೇ
ಯಾವಾಗ ಎಷ್ಟು
ವೋಟರ್ ಐಡಿ ಹಚ್ಚಿ 20 ವರ್ಷ 22 ವರ್ಷ ಕೈಟ್ ಹೊಡಿ ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಪಾನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ರೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಆಮೇಲೆ ಐಡಿ ಪ್ರೂಫ್ ಬ್ಯಾಂಕ್ ಬುಕ್ ಪಾಸ್ಬುಕ್ ಚೆಕ್ ಬುಕ್
ಎಲ್ಲ ಮತ್ತೆ ಯಾಕೆ ಡೆಮೊಲಿಷನ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು ಅಲ್ಲ ನೀಗ ಮನೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟ ದುಡ್ಡು ಕೊಟ್ರಾ
ಇಲ್ಲ ಮನೆಗೆ ದಾನ ಇಚ್ಚಿನಿದೆ ಇಷ್ಟ
ಫ್ರೀಯಾ ಯಾರು
ಇಷ್ಟ ಬೇಡ
ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬೈರೇಗೌಡ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಟ್ರಾ ಯಾವಾಗ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದು
28 ವರ್ಷ
ಅವ್ರು ಕೊಟ್ಟು 28 ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು ಇದು ರೀಸೆಂಟ್ ಆಗಿರೋದಲ್ಲ
క్లాస్లో మన పేపర్ ఉంది కదా పేపర్ కొడుతుంది
కృష్ణ బైరేగౌడ కొట్టిరోదా
కృష్ణ గౌడప్ప మారప్ప మునికృష్ణప్ప వాళ్ళు ఫస్ట్ ఉండేది
ಮಕ್ಕಳು ನೋಡೋ ಬೇಜಾರಾಗುತ್ತೆ ಪಾಪ ನೀವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬರೋ
They take names openly, of Congress leaders, ministers, their assistants, who they claim brought them here, gave them shelter just before elections.
ಜೋಪಡಿ ಹಾಕ್ಕೊಂಡು NS ಆಫೀಸ್ ಹತ್ರ ಇದೆ. NS ಆಫೀಸ್ ಐತಲ್ಲ ಅಲ್ಲಿ.
ಯಾರು ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣನ್ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ಯಾರು?
ಅವರು ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಅವರು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಅವರು.
ಅಲ್ಲ, ಓಕೆ, ಅವ್ರ ಲೀಡರ್ ಏನವರು?
ಲೀಡರ್ ಅಲ್ಲ ಅವರು. ಈ
ಎಲೆಕ್ಷನ್ ಯಾವ ಕಡೆಯವರು ಅವರು? ಅವ್ರು ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನಂದ್ರು ಕರ್ಕೊಂಬರುವಾಗ ಇಲ್ಲಿ
ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೆ, ವೋಟ್ ಲಿಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೆ.
ಎಲ್ಲ ಅವರೇ ಮಾಡಿಸ್ಕೊಟ್ರಾ?
ಗೌರ್ಮೆಂಟ್ ಈ ಕೃಷ್ಣ ಬೇಡ.
Each one of the people in this report that Republic spoke to have lost their home. It's been demolished. Republic Kannada Sattar gets the inside story out of how political parties are nurturing encroachers.
ಹೌದಾ, ಏನೋ ಆ ಥರ ಏನಾದರೂ ಇದೆಯಾ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಇಲ್ಲಿಗಲ್ ಆಕ್ಟಿವಿಟೀಸು?
ಅದೇ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಆ ಕಾಲಿನಲ್ಲಿ ಇದು ಮಾಡಿ.
ಇವರು ವಿಜಯ್ ಇವರೆಲ್ಲ
ಬೇರೆ ನಾವು ದೇಶಿಕುಮಾರ್ ಬೇಪನಹಳ್ಳಿ.
ಈಗ ಡಿ ಸರ್ ಯಾರು ಇನ್ನೊಬ್ರು ಇದ್ದಾರಲ್ಲ, ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣನ್ ಯಾರು?
ಅವರು ಹಳೆ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಅವರು ಲೀಡರ್ಸ್. ಅವ್ರದ್ದು ಎಲ್ಲ ದೊಡ್ಡ ದೊಡ್ಡ ಸರ್ ಊರೇ ಅವ್ರದ್ದು.
Throughout this report, each resident who was living here drops a name and the detail. People linked to political parties like the Congress. This resident even confesses having multiple Aadhaar cards. She too was brought here just before elections.
ಇದ್ರಾಗಿದ್ದೀವಿ ಸರ್ ನಾವು.
ಅದಕ್ಕಿಂತ ಮುಂಚೆ
ನಮ್ದು ಆಂಧ್ರ.
ಆಂಧ್ರ
ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣಣ್ಣ ತಗೊಂಡ್ ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ.
ಯಾರು?
ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣಣ್ಣ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಂತ್ಕೊಂಡಿದ್ರಲ್ಲ, ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣಣ್ಣ ಅಂತ, ಅವ್ರು ತಂದು ನಾವು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಲ್ಸಿರೋದು.
ಅವ್ರೇನವರು?
ಅವರು ಹಿಂಗೆ ದರ್ಸಕಿದ್ರು, ಅವರು ಬಂದಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಫಸ್ಟ್ ಲೇಲೆಕಾಗ್ಬಿಟ್ಟು ಹಾಯ್ ಸರ್.
ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ವೋಟ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ ಇವರೇನು ಭರವಸೆ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿಲ್ವಾ? ಏನಂದ್ರು ವೋಟಿಂಗ್ ಟೈಮಲ್ಲಿ?
ಏನ್ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಕೊಡ್ತೀನಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ.
ಯಾರಂದಿತ್ತು?
ಈ ಸಾರಿನ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು. ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಸಾರು ಬರ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು.
ಅವ್ರು ಯಾರು? ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣ ಸರ್ ಯಾರು?
ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅಂದ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಗೆ ಯಲಹಂಕದಿಂದ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿರೋದ್ರು. ಯಲಹಂಕದಿಂದ ಕರ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ರು. ಇಲ್ಲೇ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು ಆಗಲ್ಲ, ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಟೆನ್ಷನ್ ಮಾಡ್ಕೋಬೇಡ್ರಿ, ಇದೇ ಮನೆ ನಿಮ್ಗೆ ಬರುತ್ತೆ, ನಿಮ್ಮ ಮನೆ ಕಟ್ಕೊಡ್ರಿ, ಗುಡಿಸಲು ಹಾಕೊಡ್ರಿ ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿದ್ರು ಸರ್. ಅಷ್ಟೇ, ನಮ್ಗೆ ಏನು
ಎಲ್ಲ ಐತೆ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗಿರೋದು?
ಇದೇ ಪೇಪರ್, ಜಗ ಪೇಪರ್ ಅದು.
ಇದೆಲ್ಲ ಯಾವಾಗ ಆಗಿರೋದು? ನೀವು ಆಂಧ್ರದವರಾ?
ಆಂಧ್ರ
ಐಡಿ ಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ಐತೆ, ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಐತೆ, ಎಲ್ಲ ಐತೆ ಸರ್ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ. ರೇಷನ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಐತೆ, ವೋಟರ್
ಯಾರು? ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು?
ಮುನಿಕೃಷ್ಣ ಅವರು.
ಎಷ್ಟು ವರ್ಷ ಆಯ್ತು?
28 ವರ್ಷ.
ಅಲ್ಲಲ್ಲ, ವೋಟರ್ ಐಡಿ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟು ಎಷ್ಟು ಹೊತ್ತಾಯ್ತು? ಇದು ಹೊಸದು, ಅದಕ್ಕೆ ಕೇಳಿದೆ.
ಹೊಸದ?
ಇದು ಯಾವಾಗ ಮಾಡಿಕೊಟ್ಟಿದ್ದವರು?
ಐತೆ ಸರ್, ಆಂಧ್ರ ಪ್ರೂಫ್
ಕೊಡಿ.
ಐತೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಹತ್ರ.
ಹಿಡ್ಕೊಮ್ಮ. ಇದೆಲ್ಲಿದೆ? ಆಂಧ್ರದ್ದ?
ಆಂಧ್ರ ಅದು. ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಮಾಡಿಸಿದೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಂಧ್ರ ಅಂತ ಅಡ್ರೆಸ್ ಎಲ್ಲಿದೆ?
ಅನಂತಪುರ ಜಿಲ್ಲಾ, ಕದ್ರಿ ತಾಲೂಕಾ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಆಧಾರ್ ಕಾರ್ಡ್ ಇದೆಯಾ?
ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಐತೆ.
ಇಲ್ಲಿದೆ ಕೊಡಿ.
ತಗೊಳ್ರಿ ಸರ್.
ಅವರದನಾ?
ನಮ್ದೇ.
90% of those who were dislodged, whose homes were bulldozed, were from the minority community. From Kashmir to Kerala, they were all brought here. That's why even a Kerala MP rushed here last week.
We have collected. We definitely will take action against all those.
So what is the interest of Kerala and Karnataka is Kogilusa?
We don't want any Keralites. Our Chief Minister, let him do his job. We will do our job.
It's not about bulldozers or Kerala or Karnataka. The same parties that back infiltrators and harbor encroachers have been caught red-handed packing illegal encroachment for votes. And they're all fighting suddenly for the illegal voter now.
So the Congress party is bulldozing Muslims. The Congress party is bulldozing Muslims in Karnataka. I can't believe what I'm seeing here. Surabhi and Advocate Manjunath supports the Congress. S. Balan, senior advocate, I think he leans towards the left. And Will Matthews, advocate of the Supreme Court, also leans towards the CPI. So, Surabhi, what is going on here? I mean, I can clearly see that 90% of those, as has been put out in the report, who are being bulldozed are Muslims. Why is the Congress party bulldozing Muslims, Surabhi? Is it because... yeah.
An illegal encroachment of land has occurred on government property. The government took action as per what the authorities told them. But what happened after? Yes, you're right to question why they are there in the first place at all. My heart bleeds because these are also people at the end of the day, from within the country, and we don't know, maybe even from outside. But the authorities tell us that this is illegal encroachment. The government takes action. D.K. Shivkumar backs the action. And then there is a tweet from Pinarayi Vijayan, the Chief Minister of Kerala, saying that you are going against minorities. Then a tweet from K.C. Venugopal, putting pressure on the Congress government saying you should not do this. And what happens after? For years and years and years, many people in Bengaluru, lakhs of them, fight their entire lives, save up to buy a house. Today, the government has come out and said on January 1st, we will provide apartments worth close to 13 to 20 lakhs for each of the people who have encroached. Where is the rule of law? You said they are encroachers. We did not say so. Your authorities went there, checked the papers, gave a notice, served notice. And today, the